Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. You are watching Truthseekers Live, and we are broadcasting on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, Odyssey, and more. I want to welcome all of you. Today, we're going to go a little bit off the beaten path for us, but maybe not, because there have been an increasing number of conspiracy theories and conspiracy theorists pushing the idea. I began noticing this some time ago, maybe a year and a half or 2 years ago. There are always what are called near Earth objects, asteroids, meteors, comets. But there are some that come very, very close to Earth. And so I began to notice that some people in conspiracy land, usually grifters, are pushing the idea of a near Earth object or asteroid colliding with Earth, causing all kinds of problems and issues. So I began to look into that. And I know recently we had one that came close, but what is close on a cosmic scale? 100 miles, thousands of miles, within 10,000 miles of Earth? These things are very unclear unless you're very well educated on planetary science and astronomy and these type of things. And I don't follow this that well. So tonight we have an expert guest. Despite how I'm always busting his balls, he really does know all this space stuff. He does a great job on his channel called Cosmic Neighbors on YouTube. And I'm a terrible show host, but I will add his YouTube channel to the description of this video while we're talking here tonight. And also, if one of the moderators would like to put the link to Ron's channel in the description, it's Ron at Cosmic Neighbors. You could just search YouTube for Cosmic Neighbors and find him. But before we bring Ron in here quickly, I just had a quick overview, really, that I wanted to share with you about these near-Earth objects and a so-called asteroid apocalypse. It's important to note, of course, that an asteroid collision is what destroyed the dinosaurs. It caused what's called a mass extinction event. That asteroid was so big that it caused a nuclear winter, which caused all the plants to die. And it became sort of a chain, reaction effect. The plants die, the small animals who eat the plants die, the carnivores who eat the small animals die. And that's what led to the mass extinction of the dinosaurs. And it's interesting to note that many planetary scientists, biologists that I've talked to, there is an actual theory that if that asteroid had not collided with Earth, the intelligent species on Earth right now might be a reptile or reptilian. They would have continued to be the prominent species on Earth. It's only because of the asteroid apocalypse that happened to the dinosaurs that mammals became the dominant, species on Earth, and then turned into primates, which turned into human beings. There's even some interesting stuff about a bipedal, intelligent, sort of reptile-based human, and maybe we'll share that later. But I wanted to talk about this idea of an asteroid apocalypse. It's a hypothetical event in which a large asteroid collides with Earth, causing widespread destruction and potentially leading to the extinction of humanity. And while the likelihood of such an event occurring may be low, the potential consequences are so severe that it's important to consider the dangers of asteroid impacts and take steps to prevent them. One of the biggest dangers of an asteroid impact is the destruction it would cause on a global scale. It would affect all of Earth. An asteroid the size of just 1 kilometer in diameter would release as much energy as a nuclear bomb, which would cause widespread fires, tsunamis, and other natural disasters. Even an asteroid smaller than 1 kilometer could cause significant damage to a city or region. And in addition to the immediate destruction caused by just such an impact, there are also long-term effects to consider. For example, the dust and debris thrown in the atmosphere by impact could block out sunlight and cause a nuclear winter effect. leading to crop failures, plants dying off in a mass die-off event, and mass starvation of the inhabitants of Earth. Another danger of asteroid impacts is the potential for the so-called what is that? Domino effect. I'm sorry. Potential for a domino effect in which one impact leads to more impacts. This could happen if an asteroid impact causes debris to be sent into space, which could then collide with other asteroids and then send those asteroids on a collision course with Earth. So you may wonder what can be done to prevent an asteroid apocalypse. The first step is to track and monitor asteroids that could potentially collide with Earth. NASA and other space agencies on Earth are already doing this. This can be done using telescopes and other observational equipment, as well as by studying data from previous impacts. Once an asteroid has been identified as a potential threat, there are several options for deflecting or destroying it. One option, of course, is to use something called a gravity tractor, which would be a spacecraft that would latch on to the asteroid and use its own gravity to pull the asteroid off course. Another option is to use what's called a kinetic impactor, a spacecraft that would collide with the asteroid at high speeds in order to alter its course. Now, while the likelihood of an asteroid apocalypse may be very low, the potential consequences are so severe that it is important to take steps to prevent such an event. And I, for one, don't believe that the human race cooperates enough. I don't believe that different countries throughout the Earth are actually cooperating on what they would do in the event of just such an event. But by tracking and monitoring asteroids and developing methods to deflect or destroy them, we could reduce the risk of an asteroid impact and protect our planet and the human race from just such an event. So joining me to talk about this is our space expert. He takes up a lot of space. No. And again, on his channel, Cosmic Neighbors, he covers many things regarding space. And I wanted to get him in here to talk about this and the jump in sort of conspiracy theories that have arisen in the past few years about just such an event. Joining me is Ron. Welcome, Ron. You're muted. Come on, Ron.
I'm trying to do the correct etiquette. Sorry.
I did a wonderful intro. The show was going great. Ron comes in and ruins it. Come on, Ron.
Intentional.
No, I do that too. Do you know that? When I'm on another show, I always mute myself because, you know, you could have a little bit of hum or something, and these audiophiles complain about that kind of stuff. I always mute myself too. So
and especially during your monologue, like that's the last. I don't want to interrupt you on there. I'm over here typing and doing things. So
okay, well, yeah, no worries. So tell us about this. Do you agree with me that there's been a rise sort of in people talking about an asteroid apocalypse in the past couple of years?
Yes, actually, I was laughing last month because you know how you take on all the grifters of ufology? Well, lately I've been going after, there's a bunch of channels out there that they live on fear. And
yeah, they push the fear porn, right?
A whole bunch of people contacting me really scared, going, Ron, is this really going to hit us? And I look, and like the thing's going to miss us by only 20 million miles, but they're telling us that it's probably going to hit Thursday. And, you know, everybody's flooding, and that's a big problem out there because when the time comes, you know, you already said it correctly, like it's going to be a problem with people cooperating. Then you get that boy who cried wolf syndrome in there. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think a perfect example, Ron, is we have a global pandemic going on recently. You know, and while I will agree there was some cooperation, maybe, and some working together, not really. It's like everybody just did whatever was best for them. You know, like for example, I thought it was very interesting that in China, they banned domestic flights. So you couldn't go from one state or province of China to the other side of China because they were worried about spreading the infection, but yet they allowed international flights. You could go to another country and spread COVID all you wanted.
They were taking care of their own.
Exactly. So it seemed to me that during that event, which was a global event, it seemed to me that everybody was doing what was best for them, and people were not cooperating as a species to get through this thing. I think the same thing would happen if we knew, for example, let's say we knew that in 2 years a planet killer is coming. It's 2 or 3 kilometers wide, and it's going to create a mass extinction event. Would we, as a human species, I want to get your take on this, would we set aside our differences and say, look, we got to work together or this thing's going to wipe us all out? I don't think we would.
I think the only way we would is if by some sort of miracle, the governments were honest with us and just like told us, like was fully transparent and saying like, no, this is really bad. You know what I mean? Like this is, you know, and we may not be able to stop. If they were fully honest, maybe, you know what I mean? But I got to tell you that you seen that movie, Don't Look Up?
Yeah, I did. I thought that was very good. Yeah.
I think that's what would happen. Something very similar to that. There would be people like, I mean, there will be a lot of people that take it serious, a lot of people. And the closer it gets, you know, when it's too late. But I would hope they do. I would hope I'm totally wrong, man. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I would, you know, I try to really hope for the best of humanity, but unfortunately, most of the time, we always see the worst. We see people are selfish. They you know, they might care about themselves as far as countries go. Like they're going to do what's best for their country, you know. Like for example, what if we knew that the asteroid was going to impact in Europe, but it wouldn't affect much of the other side of the world? Would the other side of the world help Europe, or would we all just say, good luck with that, bro? You know, I think we wouldn't. I don't think we'd help.
I think we would, but if we could, like, I mean, it's going to be an after it happens, because as of right now, we don't have anything to stop asteroids. We just did the test of DART, which is somewhat successful, but they still have to.
Yeah, that was my next question.
Before they can tell if it truly would do something.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. We're going to get into this. So you follow NASA and you're aware of what available launch vehicles, spacecraft capabilities they have. These principles that I mentioned in my introduction here, a gravity tractor, these things are theoretical, right? We don't actually have a spacecraft with a gravity tractor right now, right?
No. Well, not that I know of, not that the public knows of. You know what I mean?
And we don't have a kinetic impactor right now.
No, that's what. No. Yes.
So that's great. When I'm writing this article, I was thinking, well, this is what scientists are saying, that there's these 2 great options, right? Okay, so we have these 2 great options in the event of an asteroid apocalypse. One's a gravity tractor, a spacecraft that would use its gravity to pull the asteroid off course. Makes sense. The other one is a kinetic impactor, a spacecraft that would collide with the asteroid at high speeds in order to alter its course. But we don't actually have these things right now.
Well, that's the issue. Where the way NASA played it was a little disingenuous. Of after the DART test, the way they explained it, they actually did the public a disservice because they made everybody just relax on it. Like, oh no, people think now, oh, we got no worries. If there's an asteroid, we could just deflect it. What they don't realize is that you have to build the craft. You'll need, just depending on the size, probably it took us 10 months to just get to the asteroid. It's going to take another 10 months or so after to see if it worked. But then it's planning and everything. So we need to see an asteroid minimum 3 years out.
Yeah. So this is that's another question I was going to have, because, I mean, I worked for engineers. Like, I know, like, engineering takes time. Like, you can't. What if they just found out, like, tomorrow that there's going to be an asteroid impact in 4 months? Are we just screwed? There's no way to.
Yeah, then they go into mitigation.
Then so how to lessen the impact or deal with the impact, right?
It's basically saving the most that you can or like how are we going to triage it? Because we don't have anything to stop one. We don't.
Well, yeah, and that's what bothers me a little bit about this when I think about it, is that we have theoretical, you know,
I mean,
we
the
got some ideas for how to deal with it, but we don't really we don't have
kinetic energy, the impact, that was the DART program. So
yes,
that was somewhat successful. And I actually made a little clip. It was from space.com. I actually, just so you know, it's about a minute. I muted it and I put YouTube copyright, good music, like sound in the back.
Okay. Yeah.
Whatever. So I took care of that for you if you wanted to look at it. But with you saying that, right, I'm going to get you even more ticked off when I tell you, because I think I brought up the budget thing, what they're doing.
Budget, yeah. So let's get into this. So NASA used to have money to track potential planetary impact objects, right? They had money and they would track these objects that may be a problem for us in the future or may impact Earth. And then what happened? They cut the budget.
Yeah, you want? I could share the window real quick. There's no sound or nothing.
No, that's fine.
Give me 1 second so I could open this Adobe. Hold on.
Oh, and by the way, I just wanted to mention that I might not make it to the cabin this weekend, but I certainly will next weekend. And my 3D printer is apparently fixed and working beautifully, printing 18-inch things.
Nice.
So we're gonna give it a good test.
One I made, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Big guy.
Yeah, right. I like that stuff.
Right,
so what are we looking at here?
All right. Let me just make that big and get rid of the taskbar.
And listen, here's another issue. That this is a sidebar, but it bothers me. Isn't the ISS somewhat like NATO? Like we pay for most of it, and then these other people like are mooching off of our space station, essentially.
Exactly. It was supposed to be decommissioned already, but it just got extended, I think, another 10 years.
Yeah, and just so people are aware, like it's called the International Space Station, and sometimes we'll take people from France there, we'll take people from India, you know, somebody from South America went once that I'm aware of, somebody from Mexico.
Actually, that was a good analogy comparing it to NATO. That's actually
because you know the way NATO works is the United States pays for most of it, and then you got a bunch of freeloaders that benefit from it. That's how I feel about the ISS. Like, why isn't these other countries that are sending astronauts up contributing the same amount we are? It's not fair. We're paying for most of that.
Yeah. So let me just show you real quickly. I'm not going to obviously go over all these numbers, but this is the fiscal. This is from NASA. Go to the president, the fiscal year 2023 president's budget request summary. Now, all these numbers you see up here, those are in millions. Okay. Wow. So when you see 6,396, that's 6 billion. All right. Like that. So this is the thing that really, that's why I went off on a bunch of videos with them. And I've been writing with NASA a lot. I'm like not happy with them.
Yeah, Ron's trying to save planet Earth, people, just so you understand.
So let me get right to this. First of all, let me just go right to the page. Right, planetary defense. Right, you see, I memorized it and everything. I'm telling you, I know the page. So here's your fiscal year. The NEO Surveyor. That's the newest satellite that is going to go on. It was supposed to go for a test launch in 2023. This is going to be the James Webb of asteroid finding discovery. So this is like basically a James Webb, but for asteroids. Now, what they did was for planetary defense, they decided for fiscal year 2023, you can see here, NEO Surveyor and other missions, 126 million in 2021. In 2022, 143 for the look. I'll just go to the total: 158 in 2021, 202 in 2022. But for this year, 87.7 million. It's
so they're taking 114
million.
Wow.
And it's actually over 72%. You know what they're doing with those funds? They said they're going to use it for the Mars sample recovery program from the Perseverance that it's not going to happen till 2033.
That's crazy.
So but that's important, right? Exploration is important, yes, but that's more important and we haven't even come up with the concept yet of what we're going to do, how we're going to retrieve them yet. It's still designing things. So we're going to take the money from that and just say, let's cross our fingers, everybody, and just hope nothing happens. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. And because if you look at it, then look at the spike. Next year, it's 116, 181. Then it really jumps to $250 million for those. And now they're saying that the NEO surveyor, which I'll show you a picture of that. I know I have the, let me see something. What am I got you on right there? Oh, you know what? Because I saved, hold on a second. Let me stop that, Stephen. I'm going to bring up my other screen. All right. This is the surveyor. I'm sorry for jumping around.
I mean, the real point we're trying to get to is that they cut the budget for planetary defense of these near-Earth objects in more than half.
By 72%. What they're saying there, 56, that's not correct.
Just to play devil's advocate, do you think maybe they know more than we do? That like maybe they've already got a track on things and they know like, okay, we're not going to have any problems for the next 5 years, so we could cut that? Or do they not know?
No, because...
Oh, great.
You know what I'm going to do? Instead of me sharing a window, I'm going to stop that. I'm going to share my screen. So if I got to jump to another one, so I don't got to keep doing this to you.
No, you can do it. It's fine. Do it to screen share. It's fine.
Screen. I'm just going to do this. Share that one. Bring that up for a second.
Okay.
All right. So this right here is the James Webb asteroid, one I was telling you about. It's a space telescope. And what this is going to do, the problem we have for asteroids is the ones that are coming from the sun. We don't see those. We really don't see them at all.
And why is that? Because the sun is too bright and we lose those objects in the
like
brightness
that
of the sun,
issue,
right?
They're called dark asteroids, right? So like this is a model that I printed of Apophis, right? I think it's something like...
Here, you could show that better. There we go.
Yeah, I got to hide my
Apophis. I think it's Apophis, right?
Apophis, yeah. I always say Apophis. I always screw that up. But I think it's something like 25.
You wasted 12 hours on your 3D printer printing a big black rock?
No, this is hollow. This took me probably 2 hours.
Oh, okay. Not bad then.
It's not solid. I won't print this now. Funny though. So that is supposed to pass in 2029 and then again in 2036.
Okay.
They really were saying that it had a good chance of hitting us in 2028, but they just did a remeasurement and now said, nope, we're in the clear. But it's going to come pretty close, right?
Well, that's interesting, yeah.
And that's where you see all that jumping. But this is the deal right here. Back in 2005, the George E. Brown Jr. Near-Earth Object Survey Act, Congress mandated NASA to say, you need to find these things. Like, this is no joke. Because NASA was just lackadaisical on it. Like this thing, one of them, and I'm not trying to sell fear, and just so everybody knows, not that I know of, and we're not saying that anything has been said that is going to hit. We're not saying that. But anything could happen. There's asteroids that are hitting the Earth. It could be 20 foot, 10 foot, that we only notice it 2 hours prior to impact. It happens a lot. There's 48.5 metric tons of dust and everything hitting the Earth every single day.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for my fear is more of the nuclear winter. Like, people don't quite understand what that's going to be like. It's essentially going to be like there will be so much dust and debris in the atmosphere after an impact like this that the sun, you'll have darkness all over the Earth for years, which means no plant life will grow. It'll all die, which means no crops, which means no livestock, which means no food.
There's a couple of things, right? So the ones that they're having an issue with, and this is something really important. I'll send you the link. This is something everybody should check out. It's the Planetary Defense Conference exercise. It's where they were every 2 years, they were doing like a full mock-up.
Oh, they like word game it?
Huh?
They like war game it like an
Oh,
exercise.
big time. But here's the thing. They were doing it consistently every 2 years. Now, all of a sudden, they just popped out a new one in 2022 and they're doing another one. They're doing many more now. So that's what concerns me is like they're stepping it up much more. And you know what? When you go through these, because they actually have press releases and everything, like a total mock-up, is that nothing in there you see anything really about evacuations or like only very little. They talk about financial collapse and things like that and mitigation.
Well, yeah.
Basically, like hopefully we could just see what save people that after it's over. That's the scariest crap of everything. That and the problem we have is the real big ones. NASA says we're nearly 100% know where those are, and we're good.
Yeah, I've heard that before too. The really big ones. It's
this
the smaller
mandate
ones.
I was showing you is really for the ones that are about 160 meters and above, like that. Those are the ones that we have a problem, especially when they're coming from the sun, because they're in this certain size range that it's hard to, you can't see them.
Yeah.
Like that. So if those hit, like what's 160 meters? That's about 500, 600 feet, I think. Now, you're talking about a ball of 500, 600 feet in diameter, a solid ball of iron and nickel traveling at 18 to 25,000 miles an hour. Like
yeah, that would have quite an impact, right? Quite a effect.
Yeah, that would take out like and any city. I'll just say mine because I live in New York. I don't want nobody to think I'm picking on their city. If that hit New York, one that size, New York would be done. And it would cause a lot more effects of like even with the atmosphere, with weather and everything, depending on exactly where it hit. Because if it hits water, the tsunamis are insane. Like that because the tsunamis doesn't discriminate. When it hits, it goes out like that. The energy has to go somewhere, so it's a bad. That's why I'm always following this, Stephen. Like, and I try to tell people I'm really not trying to fearmonger people or scare you. I just hate all the people that keep saying, "Oh, this one's gonna hit," and it's not true. But let me see. Well, you got me on the screen. Do you mind, Stephen?
What's the matter?
If I just show you something else, do you mind?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me get over there.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was looking something else up.
No.
You want me to take this one out?
No. That I'm gonna I got my tabs open. I'm just gonna go to another screen. You can leave it. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Do you mind if I keep going?
No. Yeah, keep going. That's what you're here to. You're here to be the expert witness here, Ron. You're here to explain this to me because I don't understand why more people aren't worried about this or concerned. Like I have children, and that's I didn't worry about anything like this when it was just me. But once you have a family and you have a wife and you have children, and it's kind of a man's. Yeah, well, that's the problem. Like, what can I do about this? There exists within me though this feeling that like it's my job to protect them no matter what comes. But what do you do as a man and a father when this is happening? You're powerless. I don't like that feeling of powerlessness.
And I'm gonna talk about that with you. And again, I apologize because it's just bad. The result.
Yeah, you hate to be the bearer of bad news.
But
this is the reality of it, though. Like I want the reality. I don't want it sugar-coated.
That's why I do it. But this right here. So this is updated every day. This is from NASA. It's the next 5 asteroid approaches. Right? It used to say close approaches. They took that out. Right? The ones that make it on this site. What's considered a close Earth approach, like it says here, is any NEO, near Earth object, that is 4.5 million miles or less. So 4.5 million miles is considered a near Earth object, right? So they give you the feet, like they'll just tell you here, 150 feet is 46 meters. What bothers me is that a lot of people see this 22 feet and they just, that'll just burn up. No, it doesn't always burn up. And just because you see, or you think of asteroids, we think of them as these giants, right? Here's just a little thing. 22 feet. Imagine the room you're sitting in right now, and that's anybody. If your room, usually, well, here in New York, like the living rooms are like 14 feet long, maybe 12 feet wide. And just think about the room you're sitting in. This thing is 22 feet in diameter. Imagine that entire room just full of solid iron and nickel. That is super dense, like that. That's the small thing. They say, oh, that's not a problem. That's small.
Yeah,
That's
it is
small.
a problem.
Yeah, that's a, that's a major. Look at the one. Oh, I always forget how to pronounce it. Teleginsk, the one in 2013 in Russia. The one that blew up.
Yeah, I can never
10 miles
pronounce
up in
that
the
either.
air.
But it's the Tunguska or something like that incident.
No, Tunguska was in 1908. That one, if that airburst, that was an airburst. Also,
Tunguska event, yeah.
Yes, I believe it was 1908.
And that one incinerated right above the Earth, right? But it appears like a nuclear holocaust there.
It took down hundreds of thousands of
square
acres.
miles. Hundreds of square miles were destroyed instantly. Yeah,
I think I have that. Did I get a picture of it? See this one on screen? This is the Chelyabinsk. That's it. Chelyabinsk. That was in 2013. 1,400 people, almost 2,000 were injured because, let me just pause that for a second. That annoys me. So this thing right here, this blew up in the air about 10 miles up. They said it was probably around 65 feet. That's the size of it. And that thing, the shockwave after that, it just blew windows out and hurt over 1,400 people. And that was, imagine, 10 miles all the way up. And that 65-foot did that, right? So with that, let me see something. Here's the Tunguska. It was 156-foot wide, 50 meter. This is what it did. It leveled, and there's many more pictures if you look this up online.
I've seen a bunch of I've seen a couple documentaries on this event. It's interesting to me. And there's all kinds of conspiracy theories around it. Some people think it was a nuclear event or exploding spacecraft, but most scientists believe that it was just a near Earth object coming down, and it had an airburst. Yeah, it exploded a few miles above the Earth, but it destroyed everything below it.
Yeah, let me see the size, and you'll see something in a second that's crazy. But I just want to see, because here there's something else I'm going to show you guys. Let me see. The asteroid, believed to be 190 feet wide, exploded above eastern Siberia near Tunguska, flattening 80 million trees over an area of 830 square miles.
That's
and
a lot.
I'm not sure how high up it blew up, but it says an asteroid of similar size were to explode over a city like London or New York, the damage would be wide reaching. It would just that would just be gone over New York City. It would just, like I said, it simplifies it. It would be bad, real bad, like that.
Yeah, that would be real bad, Ron. Yeah, that would be real bad.
I know I oversimplify it that way, but there's something that I go through. I was showing you the near 5 asteroids, and every day this is updated. But I check it multiple times a day, and what happens is all of a sudden there'll be a new one in there that they just found, and it's like 100,000 miles, because the moon is 238,000 miles away.
I'm aware of that. Yeah, like 240.
So when you see things in 6 digits, that's bad. That could be bad. And 2 weeks ago, there was one that passed, I think it was 42,000 miles.
Well, I read I think it was like a science fiction story one time too. A lot of people don't realize this, Ron, but it's true. If a near-Earth asteroid of significant size hit the moon, it could knock the moon off its orbit and screw up Earth completely too. So there's another. It's not just Earth we have to worry about. And also, isn't there some evidence that there was another planet in our solar system that was destroyed, and that's what turned into the asteroid belt?
I mean, when you look at it, I mean,
that could be another risk. It could hit Mars and cause all kinds of debris that will come our way. And
Jupiter is our savior, right?
yeah,
In a lot of ways, because like
the
tonight,
gravity's so dense it pulls everything.
it's
towards
called the
it and away
comet
from
killer.
us.
That's what Jupiter's called, the comet killer. And I actually just put a video out. There's a comet that hasn't been around since the Stone Age that's going to be visible tonight, everybody. It's actually a bright green comet. They haven't even named it. It's C2022 CE, I believe. I could be wrong. Remember the DART program that we were talking about a little while ago?
Yeah, I followed that, and I thought it was incredibly interesting because
Dimorphos.
it was the first time that we were able to actually land on an asteroid.
No, we didn't land. This is the one we smacked into. This one.
Smacked into it.
This was the kinetic impact test that we did. That was DART, double asteroid redirection test. But the small one that we went into was 525 feet. Right? So when we look, check this out. This is the one we crashed into.
Wow. It's as big as the Roman Colosseum, huh?
Yeah. Here, let me do this. See, maybe that'll be better. There we go.
Yeah. Or I can move
right now, that's considered the small one. This one was orbiting around Didymos, which was 2,500 feet, like that. So it was 5 times the size of this one. And that's what I mean. The one that landed in the Yucatan Peninsula for when they said with the dinosaurs, that was, I believe, I think it was 6 miles wide or something.
Wow,
that's the one.
Yeah,
I
that's definitely enough to cause a real problem.
Yeah, because it becomes hell on earth when it hits. Like if you, again, everybody, I'm sorry, I'm really, because I know, Stephen, you'd be surprised how many people I get on Twitter, emails, and texts all the time get so scared because of things. And I try to calm them down when I look at the stuff, because I'm going to show you something else, if you allow me to, on NASA's thing with the asteroids. But
yeah, and what about some of the, we've seen in fiction where they just like nuke an incoming asteroid. Isn't it better to just push it off of its orbit than to try to destroy it? Because if we try to destroy it, then it'll just be 100,000 pieces of it coming down on us instead of one, which is less dangerous, right? But still dangerous.
Yes, and here's the problem with the nuclear part of it, right? And let's forget about the radiation thing. Let's put that aside for a second. The problem with the nuclear solution is we would have only a certain distance that we would be able to do that. It's not like what we just did with the DART program, that we sent it out like 11, 20 million miles out like that, and we had all that time, 10 months to let it go. It would need to be in a certain range that our weapons can reach it. The problem is the kinetic energy again. You got a big asteroid, iron and nickel. Sometimes there's even asteroid Psyche that's 50% gold, right? That's we're talking about that. But when you're coming now, you're hitting these with missiles. Our missiles are going to end up looking like a grain of sand. Yes, it's a nuclear bomb, but that energy coming, you're not stopping that. You're not stopping that unless if you hit it with 2,000 nukes. But the problem again with that is if you shatter that energy coming this way, now you're going to have probably, instead of one giant one, you're going to have probably 20,000, like ones like that one I just showed you. Of not 20,000 of them, but many of those, like the one that looked like the Colosseum, and we're still going to get it. I mean, but do we just sit back and just say, oh, well, the nuke probably won't work? No, we have to try everything we can. I actually wrote Elon and his people about 20
like Elon, save us from the asteroid apocalypse, Elon.
Now, this is going to sound stupid, right? Now, a lot of things always sound silly or whatever, but what does he have covering space? He has Starlink covering the Earth already. right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's looking to have 12,000 up there, maybe 16,000. And they're working on these powerful lasers already. And I thought, why can't they retrofit a bunch of these Starlink asteroids that if something did happen, we could program them that they can peel off their configuration and go out and take care of their mission. Because they're already up there.
Yeah. And I have seen some simulations that even a small spacecraft could push microwaves on them or something to just like smack them a little tiny bit every few seconds, and that would be enough to, like, some people, I've seen scientists that sort of favor this more gentle approach to dealing with this, which is to just kind of smack them off their orbit a little bit, but it's enough to push them out of Earth impact danger zone, right?
But that's great. I'm going to show you the video right now, the one I told you I put the YouTube music on, and that's
okay,
unless you don't want to play that. But
no, absolutely,
I'm going to share the video file. Give me a second right
Ashburn
here.
says Elon would hop in his rocket and GTFO from Earth, right?
Yeah, and that's something I was talking about. Everybody says it's conspiracy.
And Archaic Revival says this is a job for Thorhan. That's the fake boyfriend surfer alien dude of that lady Elena Danyan. Yeah, or what about Corey Good? Couldn't he just jump in that DART spacecraft that lands in his backyard and go deal with the asteroid and save Earth, Ron?
He wants to save his IP, so he better.
Yeah. This is definitely, this isn't helping my level of anxiety,
But you know what? We can't keep putting our heads in the sand.
Oh, no, I agree. And like, you know, what's interesting is that I wouldn't consider myself like a prepper, but I'm prepared for all, just in case something happens.
Yeah, you got to go
back. And well, I got an apocalypse cabin. You've seen that. And it's all self-contained. And yeah, you didn't see, but I have solar systems and stuff too as backup. But
did the tree ever grow from what Anthony left behind?
No, I got rid of that quick. Yeah, Anthony blew out my cabin bathroom. It was the worst. Everybody's always commenting because nobody knows. We have a composting toilet there, and people are like, doesn't that stink? And then they come in the cabin and they go, it doesn't smell at all. I don't smell anything. I'm like, it's doing what it's supposed to do. Anthony was the one person that defeated the composting toilet deodorizing system. It smelled like a sewage plant in the entire cabin. I'm like, what happened in here? But I got rid of it. I emptied it. And then, it was cold. I had to take that whole toilet across the street and like hose it out while it was freezing cold outside. Yeah. He's not allowed in my cabin anymore.
I was traumatized.
You are.
First of all, I never seen a compost toilet before. I never did. And when you guys told me, I'm like, but where's that? And Anthony said, no, this is, I said, what? I got to, wait a minute. What? And
it usually
I don't
works.
think I would have went for a week anyway. I was so traumatized.
It usually works incredibly well. And I think that maybe if I had it, we don't want to talk about this. We want to talk about the asteroid apocalypse.
That's a crappy conversation.
That's a crappy conversation.
Do me a favor. Yeah. Can you just bring up that video real quick again? It's
sure. But what I was saying is, let me complete that thought. Like, before the health crisis, people were kind of making fun of people like me that have a cabin in the woods and are stocking up on food and all that kind of stuff. After that, people were like, well, maybe you're not so crazy. Because if the dials of that situation, Ron, were turned just a little bit worse, we could have had a lot worse situation. There could have been food riots. There was shortages, but, nothing apocalyptic as far as we can't get toilet paper this week, or we can't get chicken this week, or whatever. But if the dials of that,
for 3 days, people are fighting each other already.
Yeah, if the dials of that thing have been turned just a little bit worse, if a little more people were getting sick, then the truckers all got sick. You couldn't truck food in places, or the workers that keep our lights on and our water pumping got sick, and there wasn't enough people to do that. We would be without water, without power. If we're without power, there's no food in the supermarkets. If there's no truckers. So, I still think it's good to be cautious and to have a few months of supplies just in case. It's a good thing, especially if you have children and a family to take care of. There's nothing wrong with being prepared, you know.
And
but in this event, there's nothing you can, you know, what are we going to do? Like dig a hole and get in a hole?
If there, that's the thing. If there's an extinction level event, I mean, our survival instinct's going to kick in no matter what, but it will literally be a hell on earth. And then once that's all done after a year or two, then we'll go into an ice age like that. But because, and you got to remember, if we got hit with an asteroid, let's forget about the extinction level ones. Just one that's a significant size that can possibly cause weather change and events. The EMP from that alone, what it's going to fry of the electronics and the satellites.
All of our electronics would, you know, people don't understand that is one of my anxiety points, an EMP. People don't understand. This country could be attacked with a low-grade nuclear weapon that explodes a few miles above the atmosphere, let's say in the middle of the country, somewhere in the Midwest, and that EMP would be enough to take down our entire power grid, and it would take them years to get the power back on everywhere. Years. So, and again, everything is a domino effect. No power, no food. You know, and like Ron said, we've seen. Remember New York? There was blackout for 3 days, and there was riots in the streets and people looting and going crazy.
I had to stay outside. Because it was pitch black, right? So, and I remember it happened in August, and it was just so happened a really dog days of August, and we had those rolling blackouts that they came right down, like to Ohio and everything, and it went out. And the first night, okay, I basically slept in my car. I ran it. I had the AC on. Then it started overheating, so I couldn't do that again. When the second night came around, but anyway, the third night, I'm sitting out there overnight because people were walking around. All you heard was car windows breaking. People were looking in cars. The stores, the restaurants were putting crates of food because it's going to go bad. They were just putting it out in the street. And people,
anybody can take it. Yeah.
You ever see the what's that? The Black Friday sale, the videos they see everybody beating each other up for the sale.
That's an annual tradition in my family. Every year, after like Black Friday night, we go on YouTube and we look at all of the crazies that are killing each other over a big screen TV or a toaster. It's ridiculous. I don't go anywhere on Black Friday. Never do I go anywhere.
Well, yeah. What I could say is this, anybody, I think it's always good to have a go bag because it's not just even a life-ending event. It could just be something with EMP, some kind of disaster, and that you're going to be out there by yourself. But just really the things that are important to us is what? Food and water. Get those water purification tablets. And all that stuff. Make sure you have
a Berkey filter and those things.
Little MREs. There's a whole bunch of like
my anxiety got so bad during the health crisis because I worry so much about my responsibility to take care of my family and my children that I even started worrying.
They shoved it down your throat every 2 seconds, telling you,
the fear, the media, Well, I got so anxiety ridden that I started worrying about what if there was no gasoline and I couldn't get to the cabin? Because as long as I can get my family to the cabin, we'd be safe for a long period of time. However, if there was no vehicles to get there, I was like, well, what if we have to walk there? How long would that take? Would we be able to have enough food to make it there walking? Then I started checking where are the horse stables around my house because we could get there in half the time on horses. Like I'm trying to figure this out. But it's good to have a place to escape to in the event of a bad situation. It's definitely
you got to remember, right? The survival. You're trying to survive because this happened, but then you got the other survival. The other people that are trying to survive, they're going to kill you so they can survive because the tribalism is going to kick in survival. And if
the human race is only 7 days away. You're only 7 days away from turning into a murderer. If your children were starving and somebody you knew had food, you're going to kill that person and take that food and feed your family. You know, it's scary to think about, but you know, yeah, the civility would break down pretty quickly. We saw civility breaking down during the health pandemic. People were getting in fistfights over toilet paper. It was ridiculous.
I tell you, man. But anyway, so if we could jump off the
Oh yeah, get to this one then.
Yeah. So this was the DART, right? That was the big one that was like by the Coliseum.
You said you replaced the music, right?
That's YouTube audio library.
Okay, thank you.
This is YouTube approved.
I always like it when I have somebody that's a show host that understands these things, because normal guests are like, "What do you mean copyright?"
Yeah. No, I muted. This is it. Look, this was the original orbit, and I was going to show you once we did the DART impact. Yeah, and then that right, we should choose. That was the picture. That was from the internet, that satellite. Now this is the updated orbit now. Now that is huge.
That's a huge difference in
changing the trajectory of something, and over time, over millions of miles, that could be the difference of hitting a direct impact to just skirting by 100,000 miles. You know what I mean? So that's why it was successful in that point. That okay, we did change the orbit of it, but the thing that gets me is how, you know, you're an IT dude and other things with testing and everything. What, you just test and just said, okay, we did it? No, you got to test again. You got to do it again. Yeah. See if you can replicate it and see if there's what failures or anything. I can't say you can't do 20 tests in a row. They'll bankrupt everybody in the world. But that's just one option. And that's an option that we have to have years out. We have to
have it available, ready to launch, ready to go, ready to years out, right?
Yeah. And if any look,
and the problem, like the problem is that right now we don't have anything like that ready to go.
No, I mean, how long does it take them to build the DART, right? The satellite.
5 years.
I'm sure they could expedite to get it done in 6 months, right? I'm pretty sure if they knew this is probably going to hit, definitely, they could probably get the thing done in 6 months. But now it's going to probably take how long? 8 months to a year just to reach the thing. Then we have to wait. It's like we're going to need like 2-year lead time. Oh, at minimum. You know, it's scary. But here, let me just bring that up a notch. Check this out.
Oh, you're looking. We got to get on the other one now.
This is it. So right here, this is called Eyes on Asteroids. Right. Let me zoom it out. Now this is us. Let me close this for a second. I don't want that. I'm sorry. Give me a second. That's the Eyes on Asteroids. I think. Oh, this one I want right here. This is the one.
Yeah, okay. I was going to ask you, show us. This is crazy. This is all of the objects in the solar system around Earth, right? So
this is actually, now, of course, it's not a real camera, but this is actually live mapping of all these little blue dots are objects that we have mapped already, that we have in our database. Some not. Some are loose that we haven't named yet, but for the most part, the blue ones are that. You could see bigger ones out here like Bennu. Matter of fact, this ain't Apophis. This is Bennu, this asteroid I printed. Bennu. You can see them over here, all of them. But watch this. When I pull this lever down here at the bottom and I move it up, and your job is to follow Earth. Just watch Earth and watch what happens around us, how we're in a virtual shooting gallery. I'm going to do it now. Let me hide this little thing there. Watch. So I'm going to do it, start off slow. This is going like, let me see, right here. I'll go up like this. You can see the days counting up.
Because I want to see this. Wow, look at all those objects. And how many of them do you think are planet killers?
Well, you see the big ones. You see the big ones in white, like Bennu and that?
Yeah.
Those are the ones that, and you'll see some of them come real close. But I'm going to speed it up now. look at those things moving around, and with Earth, how they just keep skimming by us. We're in a virtual shooting gallery. But what I want to do is, let me move this real fast. I want to go to 2029, and I want to see what's going on with Apophis. This could go real fast. See, 27.
This thing looks like it's going to hit the sun. Oh,
28. Wait,
one.
I'll slow it down now. Sorry, everybody. I don't mean to make you dizzy. Here's Apophis.
Really?
This is Apophis here, and here's Earth. Let's see what we got going on here. Because this has to be when it's supposed to come. Look.
Wow, look how close
Look at
that's
this.
coming.
Wait, that is what? March 29th, 2029. That's when we're starting to get that closer. So let's go a little bit more. Wait, let's do this. Can I move this over? Wait, I just want to get a different angle like that. Sorry, everybody. There we go. Right there. Let's move this like this.
Yeah,
slower.
from a cosmic scale, that's super, super close to Earth.
Yes.
And how big is Apophis?
Closer, look.
Whoa.
Wait,
geez.
now let's do this. Let's change it this way. I'm trying to see from a different angle. That's like right on top of us, dude. The Earth is right behind that.
And how large is Apophis?
Apophis, oh man, I think I could be wrong. I got to look it up. It's 2,600 or 4,600 is a big one.
Wow, that's really huge. And how close do they think it's going to come to Earth?
They haven't released that information. And if they have,
that's scary.
I haven't heard it. A couple of people said, don't quote me, but we should be good. It could go by 100,000 miles. That's not friggin' far. 100,000 miles.
Will we be able to see it with the naked eye in the sky?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Well, you know what? I forgot to let you know. Do you know what my wife got me for Christmas?
What'd she get you?
A really good telescope.
Did she?
Yeah. And it was, she called me an idiot because it came in a box and it said Celestron telescope on the box. But she was getting so many boxes, Ron, all up to leading to Christmas that I don't know. I just picked up the boxes and put them in the spare room. And I didn't even notice it. And then she gave it to me on Christmas. And I was really surprised because she doesn't give me gifts like that, like usually. So I opened it and I was super surprised. And she was like, you don't have to pretend, And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, you saw it. It said Celestron telescope on the box. And I'm like, nope, I didn't even notice. So it's got one of those, you can attach your phone to it so you could take videos and pictures, Ron.
Nice.
I can't wait to get it. I haven't put it together yet, but
you know what'll be cool because you could put your phone. Look, but I'm just looking for the Earth right here. But anyway, you get the point. We're in a virtual shooting gallery, right? So, I mean, it's insane what we're in. But your thing, I'm gonna really dive deep into that now because I didn't like what I just seen there. I'm gonna really go.
Because by the way, just so everybody's aware, and Ron, I don't know if you're aware, but this Apophis event in 2029 is what conspiracy theorists are really amped up about. They're saying that I've already heard there's a cover up. That's why I asked you, do we know how close? Because I knew already that they haven't really released how close. But conspiracy theorists are saying it's going to hit, and they're lying to us. They're trying to figure out how to, let us down easy. Fear. Yeah. That's one part of how conspiracy theories work. It's fear porn. But if they haven't released how close it's coming, you can't blame people for being afraid or for saying there's a cover up. They should know. They should be able to model it and know, right? Yeah, well, I'm going to do that because what they did with DART, not that they weren't sure. They weren't sure when it was going to actually impact at first. You know how I found out? I found out before they told the public. I still got my note up there. I came in here and they show you the DART here, and I just went ahead, a year ahead,
And next thing you know, it just stopped. And all of a sudden, it shows you the impact on this screen. And I found the exact time. It was September 26, 2022 at 7:14 p.m. and 18 seconds. And that's exactly when it hit. But
That's
this
interesting.
tool
Yeah.
is insane. And if anybody wanted to, this is something when I'm like, I spend time on this. This is called, and this is from NASA, this is real image. It's called Discover an Asteroid. If people want to like mark things to try to help to find them. You see here how everything's moving.
Yeah, but should we really be depending on a bunch of amateur hour volunteers to figure out if we're all going to die, Ron?
No,
this is
this
is not good.
No, but it's not that. It's this part. They have the satellites taking images, double images. It's not that, oh, they're leaving it on us. There's so many millions of pictures that this is just kind of letting people look. And when they see something that does look weird, they mark it. Now it goes to NASA. NASA will then focus on those. They still have people looking at them, but they got people helping weed out the ones because there's some that are just garbage. Like when you look at these. And if I just say done marking, like see this right here? Look at this thing moving. See it?
Yeah.
That thing moving. I'll mark that. And when it comes here, I'll mark it again. So now when I click done marking, it's asking me for my email address. I'll just put Ron. It's only one time they ask. You don't have to give it. It's in the event that what you mark ends up being some asteroid, they name it after you or partial name, and they have to contact you. So it's not necessary though. I'm just doing it to show you guys, but that's that. And then it goes to the next image. Sometimes you'll see a bad image, you go poor quality, so it lets them know. Anyway, I'll send you the link in case you want to share this with everybody. I would share it on my channel, but that's
you want everybody to volunteer so we don't die. I get it. Yeah, great.
I mean, anybody spend time like that once in a while, whatever. If they have free time or bored or something, why not save the planet, right?
Yeah.
But let me see something. The budget NeoWise was, and it's so funny you contacted me about this, Stephen, with the asteroids the other day, because I just released a comment video today, and I was working on something about the Neo Surveyor. I was working on a video.
I'm just disappointed that all these super soldiers and SSP insiders aren't, on the ball here to save us from asteroid apocalypse. We have to rely on NASA. Come on, man. They got superpowers, Ron.
Where's their little pew, 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 pew? Like that.
And so there's a whole, at JPL, they have a whole website or, web page to show you all the near Earth objects and when they're going to be close.
Well, that's it. This is the one every day they show you the next 5 asteroid approaches. And it's usually the close ones that are 4.5 million or closer. It gets updated through the day. And just to show you an example, Stephen, like let's just pick this one. If I click this, it'll take us to their small access database, the small body database lookup.
Mm-hmm.
It brings us in here. If I come down here, it'll show us first observed. That just means when the first time they found this was December 23rd of 2022. So they just found this.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting, but it's also terrifying. That means that they're not on the ball with finding these near Earth objects that may potentially impact us.
That's why that's why I was so livid about how they're diverting funds from the NEO Surveyor for a program that's we're not going to be dealing with for another 10 years. Like there's something else they could have took it from, or just ask for more. They're good at that, Yeah,
and then I also wanted to ask you, like, let's say, for example, with this Apophis, even if it's not going to impact, but it's going to come really close, wouldn't it be a good idea to deflect it further away just to be safe? or maybe use that as a training exercise for when one is going to impact us?
Well, that's the thing, because I would say yes, but I need more data. They're not giving us that. That's why I'm telling you before that about having the people come together. How can they come together when they're not even honest with us, or they don't even tell us the real number or something,
Yeah.
So, but it depends, I guess, is the answer. Depending on the trajectory, is it going to really come close to us? Is there a big chance that if we deflect it, we actually deflect it, and now it's going to hit us with a bullseye? Do we deflect it the wrong way?
Yeah. Or it's like that movie
that would be the worst.
That movie Don't Look
history.
Up. Remember the movie Don't Look Up? They were gonna blow up the asteroid and save Earth, but then they figured out that there was gold in the asteroid or something. So they're like, nah, we'll just let it hit and collect a lot. We'll make a lot more money.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Asteroid Psyche, right? It's made up of a bunch of different minerals and irons, but it's majority of it's gold. And they said our mission to go there is to just see what the core of Earth was like. That's what our mission is. It has nothing to do with gold, right? But then they said they postponed it. They were maintaining the postponed project for $32 million a year, but now they just reinstated it, though, but they kept it quiet. But
we
they're
had a
taking
good
money
question.
from planetary defense.
That's crazy. We had a good question from
Has
Star
no
Hunter.
chance of hitting us.
Star Hunter is asking, do they still do SETI at home? Do they look for NEOs? They ended the SETI at home project, which I thought was stupid. If you've got hundreds of thousands of people all over Earth that are willing to donate their computer time. By the way, I was one of those crazy people in SETI at home that had like a lot of computer power.
Me too.
I had and you remember, Ron, it was like, oh, I passed this many packets or whatever. And they did make it fun. They would give you little badges or whatever for so many packets that you processed. I had a Beowulf cluster in my garage, Ron, the whole garage, a 2-car garage filled with computers, all clustered together, running SETI at home. And then I got the first electric bill and we changed that plan.
Yeah. That's why I stopped farming for Bitcoin.
But for those that don't know, SETI had a program called SETI at Home, whereby they would do the listening, and then they would send you a data packet for your computer to check for any signs of an intelligence signal or whatever, and then your computer would send back the data packets. So basically they were just distributing all of these data packets all over the world for people to process on their computer. It was like a screensaver. When you weren't using your computer, it would be processing these packets, sending them back. They shut that program down, which I think is stupid. But to be honest with you, I think SETI is kind of, I call it the silly effort to investigate, because it's very naive for us to believe that another intelligent civilization would be using the same forms of communication that we developed. For all we know, they communicate with photons or, some sort of quantum communication system, to just look for radio waves. Like, that's it. That's all you got.
Yeah. But Stephen, how it is when you have so many things you want to work on and start jumping from one to the other and you get nothing done. You know what I mean?
That's basically my life, Ron.
That's me. I don't know if it's ADHD or whatever like that, but I know I jump around like that, right? But the Arecibo radio telescope, that was best thing since sliced bread. Like, they actually was the first time we found like amino acids on another world somewhere, was through Arecibo telescope, and how that went down was just almost criminal to me.
And they still haven't rebuilt it, right?
No, they're not going to.
Well, are they going to build something similar to it, or?
Yeah, they're going to in that area. No, they're not going to build another radio telescope there. No, and the radio telescope, the problem I believe that it was a lot of public access to it. Like the data,
you could get real close to it, and the data they released publicly, didn't they?
That's why I believe they let it degrade and let that thing come down because, and that call that my conspiracy theory, okay? But this so
Well, there's a
happens they
lot
had
of
that
space
drone
conspiracy
perfect.
theories.
They had
And
that
some of
drone
them-
perfect on that cable that broke. It was right there, perfect timing on the one cable that just snapped.
You're
It was
right.
there.
It was incredible timing for that camera drone to catch the whole thing coming crashing down.
Yeah,
and
perfect
I
timing.
like that other conspiracy theory that we've already discovered. They discovered that Mars once had life already because of those methane tests, but that was all, people claim that was all covered up. And that's such a stupid little thing that I don't know that I believe that, but it is interesting that there were some tests from, NASA where they were testing for the presence of methane in the soil. They did something and then they detected methane. So that would indicate that there was once some form of life in the Martian soil. Even if it was microbial, it was still life. And that all got sort of covered up and swept under the rug. And do you know, isn't these new Martian probes supposed to have these kind of, weren't they supposed to find out if that test was correct or wrong or what?
Well, this is the thing. So we sent the rover, the latest version, the Perseverance, right? Perseverance, whatever the frig it is. We sent that there. It has all these tools that it could dig, put them in capsules. Right now, the rover is actually dropping them on Martian's landscape so that when we figure out how we're going to pick them up, they're going to be ready to be accepted, right? But that's the thing that they're taking all the money from the NEO stuff is for that probe to get those samples back in 2033. They don't.
Yeah, why? I don't understand. I don't understand why it takes
real time.
If it's 6 months flight time between Earth and Mars, I don't understand why it's taken them that many years to get the samples back to Earth.
They don't even have a blueprint of the craft they're going to use yet.
Jeez.
So
they essentially they have to send a craft to Mars to pick up these pods and then take off and come back to Earth.
Well, what's going to happen is now I believe the rover's going to it drops some. Now I don't know what they're doing with that, but it was supposed to be pod takes off from Mars, gets intercepted by whatever we send out there, and then that docks and on its way back home, just floats home for 8, 9, 10 months. Like that. Like I said, they don't have a solid plan yet.
And it's interesting because as many probes as we have sent to Mars, I would think they could have already gotten some soil samples back to Earth by now. And I hate to be judgmental of NASA, but I am, because I just feel like they don't do enough. And they're getting millions of dollars every year. Like, what are you doing with all this money? Like, why don't we have a manned mission to Mars already? We were supposed to in the early 80s, according to the original roadmap, but they just abandoned it all. Because every time a politician changed, the plans change. Every time the presidents change, the focus changes, And the failure to have a launch vehicle from space shuttle till now is ridiculous.
And it still took them how many tries just to get it to float around the moon. But the thing is, with this Mars program, I would like to know. Okay, that would be great. But there's this big effort to find out if billions of years ago, if there was life there. Like it's dead now, the planet. We can't do nothing right now with that. But like there's so much money being pushed into that to just find out. Let's get one microbe and we can say there was life. And they just keep sending rover. It's like nonstop. Before one takes off, they're building the next one.
Well, there's an awful lot of Mars science that I would like to see happen. Like, for example, do we even know, can Earth plants grow in Martian soil? I want to know that. I want to know if that's possible, because if that's possible, that means terraforming Mars is possible. And we could slowly plant plants all over Mars and create an oxygen-rich atmosphere, which could support more advanced life. I want to know if that's possible. I don't understand how these people aren't doing these things and finding these things out.
the way we'll find that out, Stephen, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but is the rovers are great and everything, but they can only go so far in. It's going to need to be humans. You want to send Boston Robotics out there, the robots to go do it, but we need to do some actual excavating, digging like that. And that, like, it's going to take decades and decades because, you know, resupply missions, we have to make sure the food for the people, like, we never think of that when they go on missions, like the survival of them.
You got to carry literally everything with you. It's like the backpacking. Do you know about the backpacking paradox? You ever been backpacking? Backpacking is extremely difficult because you have to carry everything that you're going to need for the time you're going to be on that trail on your back. And it becomes this paradox. Like, you don't want to be too heavy. Yeah, you don't want to be too heavy, but you want to make sure you have everything you need and, you know, taking everything. But hopefully they're going to be able to figure out that there's water there that we could extract from the soil. So, and there's definitely chemicals there that we could use to create rocket engines to take us home once we're there. But boy, wouldn't that be nerve-wracking? Well, we're just going to go there with enough fuel to get there, and then we're going to manufacture the fuel to get back. Hope everything works, you know?
Yeah, it's basically a one-way trip.
Back to the asteroid impact threat assessment. This is scary too.
This is what I was telling you about the where they do the hypothetical impact scenarios, and they were doing it every 2 years, but now they're doing it every year. And this one's coming up again. I'm already signed up for it for the web part. I like to watch and listen in. What's scary on this? See this red line? I'm pointing at my monitor, like you guys can see. See this right here, right? Let me see if I can find it. This is scary here. All right, let me see. Hazard summary. Okay, let me blow this up, make this bigger. Okay, so right here, they're saying potential where it's going to hit. The initial discovery. Again, everybody listening, this is not real. Like, that's hypothetical.
Simulation. Yeah.
I don't want somebody tuning in and getting like Water Worlds, like kind of freaked out. So they say, forget about that, the potential impact. I'm looking at the impact energy. The diameter is 150 to 2,000 meters, right? Almost up to 6,500 feet. The impact energy is from anywhere from 54 to 160,000 megatons. That's the equivalent of, I don't know how many friggin' nuclear bombs. Damn it. I don't want to take this. Give me a second. I'm sorry for scrolling on you. What I'm looking for here is there is a page, a part that they have here. I think this is, you'll see. Just give me a second. What they do is they show you where the impact is. The color code shows you like the dark red one. It says unsurvivable. The other one, the next one over says such and such, clothes catch on fire, instantaneous. Like, it's insane what they have.
Clothes just catch on fire?
Your clothes, you just go up on fire when this thing hits. If you're in, and again, because it drives me nuts when I watch people and they start scrolling. So I'll apologize again. Oh, here we go. Let's look at this one. Potential blast devastation. I don't know if anybody can see this. Let me make it a little bigger for you, and then I'll scroll over.
Wonderful.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, there we go. Potential blast damage severities and sizes. Unsurvivable. There we go. That's like when you've seen that red color in the middle. Unsurvivable. Complete devastation. Chance of it occurring, they're saying 100% this is going to happen. The ranges in kilometers, it'll show you most likely 15 to 35 would be the amount of kilometers that would be unsurvivable. Jeez. 35. Critical. Most residential structures collapse. Just like gone. That's basically unsurvivable too. It's like that, because if you're in a house and it falls, you're probably not going to live. That goes over 65 kilometers. Widespread structural damage goes over 110, and shattered windows, some structure damage, 210 most likely kilometers. That's a lot, man. And this is the size we're talking about here. of the let me see something. Potential thermal damage. Oh, here we go. If you're in the range, and this one unsurvivable, critical, clothing ignition, severe,
Jeez.
3rd degree
Boy,
burn.
Ron's got just excellent news for us about the coming asteroid apocalypse. Jeez. Your clothes catch on fire? Clothing ignition?
Clothing
Structure
ignition.
ignition. And what does that mean, structure ignition? Like houses would just instantly catch on fire?
Yeah, like whatever, like the buildings, everything like that. Like think of the infrastructure, that on fire.
Wow.
Basically, in the unsurvivable area, here it is, like this. So they're showing you the blast. I'll just go in a little more. I didn't know I was going to do this one, so I apologize. I would have been more prepared. Well, now you know the video to look forward to. You want to be depressed? Go to Cosmic Neighbors. He'll be coming out with a video real soon. What? Large diameter. Basically the same repeating thing. It is a depressing thing to talk about, you know? But I like to inform people. That's why I'm glad you did this. I like to inform people so that they don't hear something now and they think, oh no, the dark thing, we're gonna deflect anything that comes. We're good. It could be a time that you just they tell you be close with your family, enjoy the last hours. Or it could be where you can survive, but you gotta know the size of it will affect this area. Don't wait to let them tell you how much of the area is gonna be affected. You'll know already. And you could do it. Look at this damage level description. So let me just do this to make it big again and just show you this last one. Then I'll get off the depression stuff. So the bottom one is the unsurvivable one. So the damage, devastation, structures flattened or burned.
Jeez.
The next one is severe, is residential structures collapse or clothing ignites. The one like near the next to the least or bad one is widespread structure damage or 3rd degree burns. And this one is window shadow, minor structure damage. So basically what happened in 2013 in Russia when that one did an air blast and like 1,400 people got hurt, that over 400 kilometers would be the situation on the least amount of damage.
That's not good news.
Exactly. That's why I say
so best case scenario, your windows shatter and your house is minorly structurally damaged.
Yeah.
Yes, stop frightening me. You're not helping my anxiety levels tonight, Ron. Thank you. Jump in the bathtub, somebody says. I don't think that'll help. You know, it's good.
Yeah, no. And the thing is.
Oh, and then tsunamis. I forgot about the tsunamis. And then, of course, after that, there's nuclear winter where all the plants die, which means we all die.
Here we go. So it tells you ocean regions. I just want to try 48% of potential swath impact regions are over ocean. Tsunami damage causes 74. Here, tsunami population risk among ocean impacts. Average affected population ranges are 10 to 620,000 among most. That depends. You know what? But you got to remember, they're saying that in this mock-up that the thing was going to hit in Nigeria. So that's why it's saying that many. But if this thing they said like in 2021, I think it was, or 2020, 2019 or 2021, they did it that it hit New York.
Jeez.
Yeah. And they do this like 5 days, like day 1, 2. They actually make like legitimate looking press releases, like what they're going to tell people. And I got depressed on it because it took so long for me to see anything about them talking about how will we evacuate people. That was never even a conversation for years. It's just like, no, something like this hits.
Yeah.
So
it's game over, right?
Yeah. And again, it always depends on the size, where it hits. But I'll tell you this, Stephen, if If there was one that they said is a planet killer, I could say this now, and then when the time comes, totally do the opposite. And I'm not being a tough guy, but the aftermath, what happens if you survive that? I'd rather be in the blast area that I just get disintegrated. Because
Yeah, I kind of feel that way about a nuclear situation. I'd rather
it
just
would
be in the
be
initial.
worse than the nuclear, because
Yeah,
when you
because in
come
a
out,
nuclear situation, if you survive the initial impact, you probably die a slow, horrible death from radiation poisoning.
yeah,
So,
and that would be on Earth too. With that, it would be just like that. And there was a documentary / movie. Oh man, I forgot the name of it. I only watched it a couple of years ago, and it was about extinction level event. And it shows you they focused on a few families. This family, this guy from France, these other people from the observatories in Hawaii, this gentleman in Mexico, where the media, I guess they were trying to say, oh, that was the kind of like emulating the dinosaur one. And they're showing you like what would happen with the Earth, and they actually downplayed it, and it was just devastating. Because people with food, the smallest things now that we like disregard and all that are large, big, like huge commodities. Then you know what I mean.
what about people with these bomb shelters? Would you survive if you were in a deep underground military base, or if you were in one of those, bomb shelters people are making out of old missile silos and things like that? Would you survive?
That's what I was going to mention before, but again, I jump around, right? So the best place probably on a impact, unless it's like as long as it's not underneath the impact, is underground. Because if you go above, they going up hills, you'll survive the tsunamis and all that. The thing is, you got to remember when it hits, it's going to shoot millions and millions and millions of tons of rock up into space. That's going to come back down like meteors. So we're going to be constant bombarded. Boom, hit. They go up, boom, hit, and then it slows down. It's like a tsunami of meteorites, asteroids. Like a tsunami hits, then the wave goes out and it hits again. But every time it gets weaker and weaker. Same thing. That blast shoots that up, comes down, and then that's when the cloud goes that blocks out the sun, and photosynthesis can't take place anymore. And then we go to the ice age. But
yeah, because that's another thing. If there was a nuclear winter, not only would all the plants die, but even if you lived in a warm climate like Florida or Mexico, no sunlight for a few years, it would be a frozen wasteland, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna no, that's it. But they say underground would be the best chance of survival. They say that's how we survived, or animal life survived 65 million years ago. Now, before anybody
the rats
said,
went into caves and everything, right?
yeah, or little marsupials, and yeah, exactly. But before anybody says, oh, that's a rag, this part of it is true, though. All right. This right here, this is the guy from Google, Jeff Bezos. These are the kind of bunkers they're building, like doomsday bunkers.
Underground, they're building doomsday bunker. Jeff
Underground.
Bezos has a doomsday bunker?
Yeah, but I'm going to save this so I can open it so I can zoom in. Watch this. Now, talk about like unnecessary. Do you really need this bearskin rug in your doomsday bunker?
If you got the
Like
money.
that. Look at this. Look at the designs of it.
And bearskin rugs are really expensive. I've been trying to get one for the cabin for a long
But
time.
here's the thing, though. You
pricey.
can have all the money in the world and you build this. When you come out, you're going to come out to nothing.
Yeah. But at least you'll survive. I mean, well, let's talk about long term, though. If there was an asteroid impact and a nuclear winter, it wouldn't last forever, right? It would last for a few years.
Yeah, I think you'll probably start coming through probably in about maybe 2-3 years.
So 2-3 years of darkness, though. and freeze.
Yeah, and it won't be total darkness, maybe the first year. And again, it depends on the impact site and everything and the size of it. But it would, and there's some videos out there, but you know what? I can't because you'll get banged. Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
and what
I
would
don't
be
want to do
interesting?
that.
Well,
I
let's talk about it
wouldn't do that.
hypothetically. So if the asteroid impacted and then you survived the asteroid impact, initial impact, once the nuclear winter started, the humans would only have the food that was already produced. There would be no more food production. So I would assume that some humans that got to those food sources would survive that 2 years of nuclear winter until the sun came back and food could be produced again, right? But wouldn't there be mass extinction of all the animals?
But that's what happens because that's what happened like with
Like
the
all the
dinosaurs.
wild animals would die in 2 years of no food.
Yeah, but if yes and no, because there's some that they go into hibernation states that they can go for a year
Yeah, you're
and they
right.
don't need
Some would
water and
survive, but the
everything. You know
vast
what I mean?
majority,
So,
I would think, of wild animals would be all dead when you came out of the nuclear winter. So,
oh no, definitely. It's just the ones that are
so
able to
even
go
people that
underground.
survived the initial impact and the nuclear winter, there'd be a whole different kind of Earth. Like maybe everybody would have to be vegan after that because there's no meat anymore. There's no animals. They're all dead. Unless a certain percentage of them were saved with available food sources for that 2 years, right? And then
Yeah,
rebred or something. But
yeah.
yeah, and this also highlights the need for a DNA bank. Don't you think this is a good idea that they get a DNA bank
On the
of
moon too. It's a good
yeah,
idea to put it up on the moon.
all available species on Earth should be in a DNA bank so that in the
Except him.
event, except him, yeah, but so that in the event of a planet killing asteroid or some other apocalyptic event, we could clone the animals again and get Earth back to the way it was before the apocalyptic event. I know for a fact that there's seed banks right now, but there's no DNA banks right now. So plants might survive an apocalyptic event like this because of the seed banks. Don't they have one in Antarctica and one at the South Pole and one at the North Pole? I think there's 3 on Earth that I'm aware of. And they're
Yeah.
banks of every available fauna, seed, vegetable, fruit, seeds for
Yep.
trees,
And
every
we have that as
available
the
one that they
government.
could get.
We have
Yeah.
that. We do. We have that in the I can never think of the name, but yeah, we have all that.
I think there's one stored at NORAD inside a mountain or something.
Yes,
in the
thank
United
you. That's what I
States.
was trying
Yeah.
to think of. That's what that's it. But
Sperm banks
like
exist.
this is wait, let me
Well, it's
just
nice
stop.
to know he has a helicopter for when the
Oh.
apocalypse is over
Oh,
and
I
a
said,
bearskin rug, right?
yeah, give me 1 second. I stopped
You
there for a
know,
second.
as much as I like Amazon, I really don't like Jeff Bezos for making people take craps in plastic bags, because what people don't understand is be kind to that Amazon delivery driver because those people are treated like trash. And I just wish there was an option, Ron, on Amazon. Like, can I just pay $2 more and the guy doesn't have to pee in a bottle that's delivering my crap tomorrow? It's ridiculous the way those people are treated. And I know many, many people in my life, Ron, that worked for that company. And I have never met a single person that worked for them that was even, I don't want, even, at all satisfied with the job or at all content. Everybody I know that's worked there, terrible, absolutely terrible. It was like the worst job they've ever had. Everybody has told me that. So people need to keep that in mind when you're ordering. And I try myself. I go, don't buy it on Amazon. I don't want to support them. But I fell into this trap recently. It's like I'm
It's a
lazy.
trap of convenience.
It's a trap of lazy. Radio Shack is gone now, Ron. You're a nerd, so you'll appreciate this. When I need a wire or a cable or something, I used to order them on eBay, but it takes 2 weeks sometimes. Amazon, it's at my door the next day. So I was hooking up a stereo. I need some speaker wire and an AV cable or whatever. Just get on Amazon. It'll be here tomorrow. But
Some
it's terrible.
same day.
But it's terrible how they treat people there. It's really terrible.
You know what's funny? You say that, and this is how I know I have a problem, because the Amazon driver before, they always rotate them out. This guy I haven't seen for a year, and I hear somebody. I'm bringing in my groceries. I hear Ron Mason, and I turn around. It's my Amazon driver. I haven't seen him for a year. When your driver remembers your name,
you order too much crap.
Yeah,
you order too much. I started ordering the stupidest things too, Ron. Like I one time I was hanging stuff in here. I ordered push pins, right? Like how stupid is that? That some guy had to drive here in a van to give me push pins, like that. But it was that or go to the store, and I was just like, I'll just order them. They'll be here tomorrow. I'll hang that stuff. It's the perfect thing for Americans, though, because we are lazy. So why go to the store,
Yeah.
And my wife orders a lot of stuff. She orders like makeup on there, brushes, personal items, whatever, toiletries. Like it's the new normal.
I don't do no groceries, and I'm not knocking anybody, but mostly electronics stuff online, and a lot of times I go to Micro Center. But my food, things like that, no. My clothes and all that, I go in person.
So, what do you think about this asteroid apocalypse? Is there really? First of all, on the Apophis, because we got to address these conspiracy theories that are running around. People are pushing a conspiracy theory that Apophis is going to hit. It's going to be a planet-killing event. We're going to have a nuclear winter. I've heard the whole gambit of things that we've been talking about worst case scenarios. And first of all, is that a possibility that Apophis will hit? What do you think? And what do you think of the conspiracy theories and people pushing them?
I'll be honest. Until they release the data, I have to say it's a possible, because there's supposed to be 2 rounds of it, 2029 and 2036. Okay. But that's why I'm going to look further. Remember the tool I told you? I showed you?
You cop out.
Yeah, I'm gonna really, because I got to get the controls.
Now we've got Ron's anxiety amped up over this. So he's going to be digging, and maybe we can find out if we will. But at least most scientists in the United States, astronomers and everything, there's no immediate threat here.
No, that right now, according to NASA, ESA, the European Space Agency, and them, there's nothing that's on a course to hit us. Even that last year that I made a video on, NASA, it was supposed to hit Earth in May of last year, but then they did what they did with the Apophis, is the recounting in February. So I had to make an update video, tell everybody, nope, it's not going to hit. Because people were flocking to that video, and that wasn't a clickbait. I was going by what NASA was saying, and it's always possible, but I hope not. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, we all hope not. Yeah. And then, besides building an underground bunker, is there anything that you could do to prepare for an event like this?
Again, it all depends on the size we're talking here, because if it's going to, and where you live, like if you live New York, it depends when they tell you. Like I said, when you go through this this hypothetical exercise, they don't start mentioning people till there's like 2 weeks left or a week left. That cause that you telling you don't want to panic people.
And Eyes Wide Open are saying, even if there was, do you think they would really tell us? No, but there, and by the way, talking about conspiracy theories, Ron, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there is an alarming number of wealthy people building bunkers. Were you aware of that?
Yes, and here's the problem I have too.
But this makes me worry. Do they know something that us peasants don't know? And that's why they're all buying or building bunkers.
Well, they're not only building bunkers, they're all building machines that take them to orbit. Branson, Bezos, Elon, all of them. And remember, they were all launching at the same time. in the little thing, and everybody's saying, "Oh, it's the billionaire race." No, yeah, race to test their stuff, so when the time comes, they get the hell out of here.
But where are they going to go? And they got to have finite resources on that spacecraft, unless they're going to somehow
No,
have
I
a
understand
lifetime
that, but you
supply
don't
of
know what
food,
they have.
water.
Imagine,
Yeah, we don't know.
Imagine Elon's doing his Starlink, but in each Starlink has like 300 pounds of MREs. So he could like, I wouldn't
Well,
be.
now you're starting new conspiracy theories.
Oh
So
yeah,
the
oh man.
Starlink is Elon's Earth destruction survival plan. He's got his caches of
resuppliers.
his resupply. Yeah. Well, it is alarming when you look at, I understand how people could connect the dots. We've got this Apophis event happening in 2029, right? Then we've got all of these wealthy people building or buying bunkers. Like somebody did a statistical analysis. It's like through the roof, rich people buying or building bunkers. There have been in the last 5 years, hundreds of companies that are startups, and that's what they do. They build bunkers for people. Like why all of a sudden, like now we need hundreds of companies building rich people bunkers? And look it up. It's a thing. All these rich people are building bunkers, and that makes me worry. Like I said, that perhaps they know something, the rich, the powerful, and elite. It wouldn't surprise me that they found out about an impending apocalyptic event, and they're not telling the peasants because they want less peasants to be fighting for whatever's left.
Exactly.
When they come out of the bunkers, I guess.
Yeah, I actually had to write myself a note because I told you I'm putting something together. So that could be part of I'm going to research that too. Because see, it's a fight too, because you also have the people, you have the Corey Goods of the asteroid community that are every week they're putting out stuff. It's going to hit. NASA said it's going to hit, and how they don't get in trouble, I don't understand it. How they could just do that.
Yeah, Eyes Wide Open says they're buying property in certain high elevation areas as well. Well, that's interesting. So, I could see why there's these conspiracy theories about a pending apocalypse.
Add this to the conspiracy list. Well, maybe of why it's being done, but NASA has confirmed that they want to have a base on the moon by 2028.
Well, that's interesting. But, the problem with those things is like you have to have supplies from Earth for everything or you'll die. So if there was some sort of apocalyptic event, you're not going to escape to a spacecraft. You're not going to escape to the moon. What if you have enough
stuff? All these supply missions, what if they're storing enough stuff that could cover them for 5-10 years?
Yeah, I guess.
By that time, it clears up.
I guess it's a possibility, yeah. And I'm sure eventually they could figure out how to grow crops on the moon so they could just take seeds or something. I don't know.
There's a lot of possibilities. It's cold up in space, so that's not like stuff spoiling is not a problem.
Well, they could extract hydrogen and helium and other elemental gases from the soil for heaters and things, I suppose, right?
Yeah, and I think they could grow certain things. I think they have ways with food to survive. No, they won't be able to have Burger King or they're not going to cook that filet mignon this weekend stuff. But to survive wise, as long as you get the nutrients and everything, I think they probably already have the ways to do that almost indefinitely. I'm just telling you, when I seen the billionaire rockets, the big rush at the same time, they're all going up, that even Bezos, his slammed. I was like, what kind of landing was that? It was just hit, boom. But then when you have us all going to Mars, we weren't working on together, but the United Arab Emirates, China, and America all launched our stuff and all got to Mars within 21 days of each other, all together. In less than 18 days, we all arrived there. Once to study the atmosphere, once to study the ground, and once to study underneath. And it's not working together. This, according to them, this isn't a mission that, we're all working. These are individual missions.
The show is so much better.
I think there's something going on.
The show. Paranormal Highway is here sucking up saying the show is so much better once Ron joined the show. Yeah, I don't know about that. Oh, and by the way, I just wanted to mention, occasionally, somebody will send a super chat, and then I don't see it.
That StreamYard does that.
Yeah, but no, I mean at the end of a show, or somebody like we're off, and the bumper is playing. Where did it go? I had it here. No, it won't show it to me. I had a super chat from yesterday. I'll find it. I apologize. And we also want to thank. One second. We want to thank Christopher for a kind and generous $10 PayPal pledge. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. We appreciate your support, and thank you for helping us, of course, to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you very much, Christopher. And I'll find that one from yesterday. So just a note, if you should happen to send a super chat at the end of a show or something and I don't notice it, we will certainly read it the very, very next day. And I have a new system for doing this. Of course, now it's not working, right, Ron? That's the way it works.
Yeah.
I can't see it. Why don't I? Oh, here it is. Finally. Here we go.
I notice when I do mine, I have to have them both open.
Well, we want to thank Vicky V.A. Dold for kind and generous $2, which was sent right as the end bumper was playing on yesterday's show. So thank you, Vicky V.A. Dold, for kind and generous $2. And she said she peddles the crap on her website, all for money, talking about Elena Danyan. And yes, absolutely. But thank you, Vicky, for kindness, generosity, and support of the show. This is how we're going to do it from now on. When I miss one at the end of the show, thanks for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
There we go.
I always enjoy seeing them.
Yeah, maybe you should come to the cabin this summer and hang out with us. He would like that.
Oh,
Got
boy.
New person to play. He makes everybody play games, Ron.
Does he?
Yeah. Like he likes games, but he's got terrible games like Pie in the Face.
Oh,
you ever play that?
I've seen it. I haven't played it, but I've seen it.
Yeah. And I'm like, I don't want to play this game. He's like, come on, Dad. I'm like, no, I don't want to play this. It's terrible. Now he's got a new one that squirts you with water and stuff, right?
Oh, so he likes physical assault.
Well, no,
but
he likes any games. He'll play Jenga. He like any games. So when he meets new people, he's like, "You want to play a game with me?" And of course, people are like, "I guess." He drafts everybody. So what's coming up on your show? What do you got going on coming up?
Well, recently, everybody liked it. I always have a Saturday show at 3 p.m., but I've added one on Fridays called the Weekend Warm Up. And
yeah, I saw that you have that stream up for tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah. And so we basically have fun. But what I got going on this weekend with it, I want to show you if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
I've been working on this Bigfoot diorama.
Oh boy, you and your toys, right?
What I'm going to be doing is it's nearly finished. We should be finishing it between tomorrow and Saturday. I decided I'm going to give it away for free. Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm going to figure out how we're going to pick this or whatever. Maybe we'll decide on Saturday, but we'll do the drawing on Saturday. Let me see something. So this is one of the dioramas like this.
Oh, here, I'm going to solo you so people could see that. Wow, look at that.
I'm going to move my mic out of the way. Hold on.
My dad, Ron, was a model railroad guy. He would have loved to have somebody like you helping him build his crap. That looks pretty realistic. But where's the Bigfoot?
No, but I'm going to grab him right now because see, the problem is going to be.
Look at my Bigfoot diorama. There's no Bigfoot, Ron. There's no Bigfoot.
No, I got him right here. I want to let the person I want them to just where do they want him placed. I'm going to let them.
I just want to apologize to the audience for Ron's lack of preparation and his inability to display to us the Bigfoot. Oh, here we go. All right, here we go. Show you again. Let's see the Bigfoot. There we go. Oh, look at that. That looks pretty good. Pretty hefty Bigfoot. He's a fat one.
Yeah, no, I gotta trim him up. Wait, I can never figure this out when I'm doing the camera thing.
It looks good, yeah. So what did you do? 3D print that, and then you 3D printed it, and then you glued hair all over it or something?
I'm gonna tell you what I did. So yes, I 3D printed him, and then I got one of those, you know, the brown scouring pads. I took one of these. This.
It's Ron's show and tell time.
Giving you guys tips. This one of these pads.
Oh, okay.
And what I did was I just started shredding it, pulling it out pieces like this. And then I said, oh man, that looks like a Bigfoot fur. So now I just gotta hook him up though. I gotta give him a little bit of hair.
Looks pretty good.
A little bit.
Daniel Foster's asking a good question. Does anyone believe an off-planet force will prevent an asteroid impact and or planetary pole flip? I don't believe so.
Wait,
why would they bother to intervene? And how do we know that they don't have rules like Star Trek where they're not allowed to intervene? I don't think so.
The thing is, I think what you have to remember too with these asteroids, if it's big, again, it's the speed of what this thing is traveling. Well, they average 18 to 25,000 miles an hour. And you're talking solid iron, like, that's not serious war. Like,
I wanted to remind everybody, too, if you guys want to help us get monetized on Twitch, the Twitch live stream link is in the description, or I'm sorry, is at the top of the chat. If you are watching on desktop or tablet or even on a phone, you can click that link and just mute it or whatever and help us to get our stats up. That would really help us to get monetized, because apparently, Ron, as I was explaining to you, if you're monetized on Twitch, anybody that has an Amazon Prime account can give you $5 a month, and it doesn't cost them anything. It's
that was a really
Prime
good
account,
idea.
so
That's slick.
we're hoping to get 8,000 of you with Amazon Prime accounts. Meanwhile, I was just trashing Amazon. Bad idea. Forget what I said. Amazon's a great company as long as they pay me.
Never mind. Right? The goes down.
Yeah. Never mind. Yeah. Did you move your microphone? I'm going to get yelled at by the audio file.
I did. I forgot. Yeah, sorry.
I don't know if you know this, but our show here has more professional audio engineers listening to it than any show on planet Earth. And every time something like that happens, I hear about it. Like, come on, you know?
No, I'm like that too, though. Like the video could be blurry, it'll be annoying. But if the sound is terrible or something, that defeats everything. Imagine the people that aren't watching a video, how they feel.
And some of my early shows that I've been putting on Spreaker that were from my previous show were terrible in audio quality. Like I had crappy mics, and I was in this stone basement, and there was birds behind me. Like I had all these doves, so they were cooing the whole time, and I get hammered over those. But what's going on with this? Didn't you start this show with Anthony? Remember you guys? Ron and Anthony got all pissed off because they showed their video of what you guys thought was a ghost, and the audience was like, "Nope."
No, when I got
Anthony
mad,
did what he did.
The guy that you had on that was talking crap, when I never met him before, and when he found out we got a change, he goes, "Oh, that's why." Otherwise, like calling me like a douche, like that I'm trying to make money. Meanwhile, I went with Anthony. We went for fun. Then he wanted to throw it, and we said, we'll throw it on the channel.
By the way, he didn't say a bad word, AI algorithm. He said goose. Yes, that's what he said. You know, I've been pretty good with the not cursing, and I'm still getting videos that are getting flagged for limited or no ads. But I think that might be subject matter. Who knows?
I've been noticing, too, their block is not working too well, because I notice a lot gets by in the chat.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just saying, because it happens on mine, that I'm like, I know I have that word blocked. Why is it showing up? You know, and sometimes it goes, and no. but it still helps when you eliminate the
There's
person.
a drunk Twick from Queens messing up the stream. I wasn't aware. I don't know what's going on in there. I don't know. I really don't know, but I'd appreciate anybody if you click on that Twitch link at the top of the chat, that might help us get our average viewers up, and we're real close to finally getting monetized on Twitch. This is the second attempt at Twitch. The first time we failed horribly, Ron. There was like one viewer in there every show. That's it. And that's my friend Matt you met. He likes Twitch, so he'd watch on Twitch. He was the only one in there for like 6 months.
I get 1 or 2 a show. That's it.
Well, I don't think the problem is that most people go to Twitch to watch games, not talk shows.
And women in
they're not going there to watch a podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes me wish I had.
And they go there to watch women do
because
ASMR, right? That's what we'll call it.
That's so stupid. Yeah, there's people getting millions of views. You know what really bothers me? You work real hard on your show. I work real hard on my show. And then I see some guy that opens like a He-Man toy get 1 million views. Like the unboxing. Have you seen this? You're like, oh, I just got a new Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith came out with a new He-Man, and there's new He-Man toys. So this guy is opening a He-Man toy on a like a live stream. He got 1 million views. I don't understand what we're doing wrong, but that's discouraging. Or the AMSR stuff bothers me. Like some girl barely talking.
I'm watching a girl lick a microphone. That looks like an ear. That looks like an ear. And I'm like,
I don't understand it myself. Yes. I do not understand it one bit. But we want to thank you people over in the Twitch chat. We've got 12 people in the Twitch chat. That's
nice.
Somewhat of a record for us, I think. I think the most we had was 20 one time. So that's good. But that will help us. We need a few more nights like tonight with people jumping in that Twitch chat, and we should hit the average viewers that they want us to get, and then we will be able to praise the cash on Twitch. I'm all about praising the cash, Ron. You hadn't seen it. The next time you come to the cabin, I'll take you to the new land. But all the money that we make, I'm socking it away to build the studio at the cabin, essentially. But it's a few miles from that cabin.
I watched your video. Made.
Interesting place, right?
That's
nothing but woods. Beautiful.
Oh my God, that's gonna be Portal 2. Portal 2, Portal 3 minimum, I think.
Absolutely, because there's nobody within miles, so there'll be no light sources within miles of that location. So I'm hoping to build that and put my telescope on the roof. I'm even thinking about building a dome on the top of the structure.
It's helpful.
You could go in.
And you may want to, if you're going to use the camera, because it doesn't only use the phone attachment. You could hook up a DSLR, specialized ones. They have adapters, but you could look to get a star tracker. You'll be able to get some incredible.
Yeah, and the telescope I got lets you hook a phone or camera up to it, so you could take pictures or video. That's and I was so glad because my wife, I think she doesn't know much about telescopes, and I didn't tell her, but I want one that you could take pictures and video, right?
Yeah, but that's what
Alien
I'm saying.
Scientists here.
You're going to want to get a star tracker.
Maybe if you stop telling people the truth and start spreading nonsense entertainment, that seems to work for all the successful platforms. Yeah. And here's another thing, Jeremy. We did a show on Elena Danyan and Michael Salla. And Elena Danyan and Michael Sala's channel is monetized out the wazoo, and he's getting 200,000 views on some of his videos. And he's allowed to have ads. We did a show critiquing the garbage that they're peddling over there and limit it to no ads. So he can have ads for lying to people and telling people fairy tales with this wackadoo lady Elena Danyan. But when we point out how ridiculous it all is and sort of make fun of it, we're not allowed to have ads on our show. But they're allowed to have ads lying to people. It's the same thing with David Wilcock and Corey Good. I've done streams where we critique David Wilcock and talk about, how his whistleblowers are fake. Like he claims he has these whistleblowers. Then you look into the whistleblower and find out that David Wilcock's whistleblower's entire biography is fake. He made it all up. and we do a show pointing that out, we get our video limited to no ads. David Wilcock lying to people with 100% fake whistleblowers, he can have ads, but we can't. And to be clear, all I want is a level playing field. If they're allowed to make money lying to people, I should be allowed to make money telling people the truth about this stuff, especially when, and people know this, and you know this, Ron, I do my homework. We have facts and evidence and proof of what we're saying. They have fairy tales. It's very frustrating, you know, but then I think about it and I say, I wouldn't want to make money lying to people. So, you know, what must it be like every day to be one of those people, Ron? Like, well, you got to make up new fairy tales to tell people about what's going on at the moon or whatever, you know. It's such childish nonsense, you know.
You know, people think, oh, you're just hating because, like, when I've talked about it, if I'm talking to somebody about it, they think, well, dude, they got to hustle. They're making money. Jealous because they're making money. It's annoying.
It's the way they do it.
Everything you just laid out, when you bust your butt and you don't get the payoff, and the person that's coming up with crap, they're getting paid. That's annoying.
Yeah.
You know?
And also, for me, it's never been a jealousy thing. I'm never jealous of somebody making money, but I am contemptful of the way in which some people make money. Like, Ron, growing up, one of our friends growing up in our circle of friends, he literally became a slumlord. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like, he was on the news for being a slumlord. That's how bad of a slumlord he is. And one of my friends, mutual friends, said, "Oh, you're just, you know, we were all talking about him one time. He wasn't there." And I said, "Well, he's a scumball. You know, he lives off the misery of others. I don't care how much money he makes living off the misery of people and treating people like rats in a cave where he owns the cave. You know, I don't care that he's wealthy from that. I don't respect that." And, you know, like I said, people are, "Oh, you're just jealous that he's made a lot of money." No, I'm not jealous of people who's made a lot of money. And people who are doing like moral things and they make a lot of money, good for them. Like, I know a guy that's incredible woodworker and he gets paid like ridiculous money. Like, he'll go and put custom cabinets and custom shelves in people's houses, and he gets paid like $1,000 a day for his labor. Good for him, because he spent he's giving people what, you know, a value for that money, and he spent a lifetime getting that good at it. He deserves that money. I would never begrudge him. But the people who lie, cheat, and steal to get the money, I'm not jealous of them. I'm contemptful. Like, that's not something. Yeah. It's not, you're not worthy of respect because you made a lot of money scamming people. And that's what
why do more keep coming out? Because they see nobody's held accountable and you could just get away with it. So the next generation comes and the next and the next, and they keep coming.
It's
but somehow Linda Moulin-Howe never goes anywhere. She's still there.
I call it Cosmic Con whack-a-mole, because they do go away for a while when I whack them real good, you know, like when we have a really good expose exposing what liars and grifters they are. They do go away for a while, but then they pop back up and you got to whack them again. It's Cosmic Con whack-a-mole.
Yeah. They have to let, like, out of sight, out of mind. That's what it is. They disappear for a while.
It's absolutely
then they come
terrible.
Right back.
It's absolutely terrible that these people, and really, I guess it's a lack of proper laws, and certainly there's a lack of proper oversight on the part of YouTube. Like, does YouTube know that there's people like literally lying through their teeth to people with fake information, claiming it's true stories on YouTube and making tens of thousands of dollars a month doing it? They'd have to. I don't think that there's an awareness there, though. I don't think they're quite aware of what a problem it is, because that would be bad public relations to just allow that openly, you know?
Yeah, especially when you're taking channels away for the most mundane, like stupidest things. Like, did you see they just
what's going on with Anthony? Yeah, did he get demonetized?
Yes, he called me up, right? With what I could say, what he's told people already. I'll say as much as that. Anything personal, I'll leave, of course. He called me and he was like, flipping out. He goes, "You believe this? Like they demonetized me temporarily." They say. I'm like, "What happened?" He says, and he showed me the message. They're saying about reuse content. You got to make it original. Like, and I'm like, "Yeah, that's fair use. When you play something, you're commenting on it. If you put something
but
that
I think where he got nailed is, I think where he got nailed, and I saw that, and I remember this Natasha Hines who made that video. So you guys did the show on Emery Smith, and where he screwed up is he played an 18-minute video without commenting, and then after the video he commented. That's where he got nailed. If you would have stopped it every minute or a few minutes and talked while, while it was playing. I just got, and by the way, that's something that I wanted to address. I did get a couple of comments from yesterday's show saying you're talking over them and I can't hear what they're saying. So I apologize for that, but I'm doing that as out of an overabundance of caution now, because apparently they're flagging channels that are doing commentary. If they don't feel you're talking over it enough or stopping it enough, your whole channel gets demonetized. So now I'm like, every minute, no more than a minute will I let it play before I stop it, say something, move on. But it just makes things more difficult.
But look what they did to him, Steve. So they said you have to make, it's up to 5 minutes, an appeal video. Right? So he does that. They says it could take up to 14 days. Less than 4 hours later, rejected. You could reapply in 30 days.
So he's demonetized for 30 days? So he's demonetized for 30 days?
Yeah, so he's demonetized. He could reapply in 30 days. And that's not saying that they'll approve it. They could reject it again. Could go on and on. And the info they give you is so vague. Like imagine that rule that, for playing stuff that has been uploaded by others many times. How do you know? Do they have a checklist to say, okay, this guy uploaded it 18 times, this one?
Yeah, and it's also, I saw some of these rules and it doesn't make any sense. They say that you could get hit for that even if you're playing a video from somebody with their permission.
Yeah.
Because
that makes no sense.
Here's a problem. I have hosted filmmakers here. And every filmmaker that I host here gives me a trailer. And they're not just on my show, they're on 100 shows to promote their film. And they give me the trailer and we're talking about the film. So we play the trailer to give people that little taste. But I could get my whole channel demonetized now for doing that, apparently, according to the new rules. It's very troubling. It's very troubling.
It is. And it's just that how fast they came back on him. And, there was people out there making jokes and this. Look, I don't care if you like him or you love him or you hate him. Nobody, that's the weasel way, like that, like to be happy that somebody's getting demonetized and all that. It's a lot of hard work to do it. And and it's frustrating.
That's why I'm glad that we are diversifying this. We're on Rumble, we're on Twitch, we're on
I made him do that,
Odyssey. But the problem is that you're not growing an audience really on Rumble or Odyssey or Twitch. Not really. You're growing an audience on YouTube. So, what I foresee is there's going to be a lot of channels that are just going to be demonetized on YouTube now, but they don't care. They're going to grow their following and then they're going to push those people to where they are monetized or whatever. And I see another new trend. Did you ever hear about this? There are a lot of YouTube channels now that do this. They do not do the live show with the live chat on YouTube. They do it on Patreon. And you have to be a Patreon member to be in their live chat. And then when they're done the show, they upload it to YouTube. So if you want to be in the live chat, you got to give them $5 or whatever. But these are the I guess people are getting desperate for the money because they're not making it.
And then what does YouTube come out and do? Then they would take it 30%. Then they said, and I know people will be, you're not making a killing on YouTube, but when somebody sends you a $5 super chat and they take 45% of that, like YouTube, they just keep, pretty soon they're going to flip that and they're going to be 55-45 them.
Yeah, I don't think it's 45. I think it's still 35, but I'll have to check it.
45. You could it's in YouTube's thing.
No, I think that's for the shorts. 45% of the ad revenue goes to you or something like that. But I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm going to look into it. But in any case, and then there was an issue recently where they're not counting the views properly anymore, where it takes 2 days for the video to update for them to figure out what your views are. Because we went from last week, 2,500 views, to suddenly we had a video with 1,000 views. And I know it was sort of off topic, but not really. And then tonight we were really light too. So who knows? And there's always that problem. You hear everybody tell you constantly, I don't get notifications. And that affects
all
our
the time. All
Yeah,
the time.
so-
I hear that. Well,
Yeah,
but that's happening to me too with the views. Like I had one that had 1,200 and the next video had 1,100. Then all of a sudden I see it down to 600 and the other one's 400. I contact them. There's something about what they do, not an audit or whatever, but then the views come back.
Yeah.
But that happens a lot like that.
Yeah.
I don't know
Well,
what the hell that is.
We had a show here on Monday where we had 250 live viewers, and then like 12 hours after the video ended, there was only 500 views. And I was like, there's something wrong here because this is
Very
crazy.
wrong.
Yeah,
Very wrong.
Just 250 people jumping in and out of the chat should have been, it should have been 500 views before the stream ended, but they're making changes. And I don't know. I have a friend that works at Google, and he said that they're tweaking all the algorithms and changing things. And what he did tell me, which should be a warning to all content creators, is that they're tightening the belt because of the bad economy, and they're going to try. He thinks that all these changes are designed to squeeze more money for the shareholders and for the YouTube, and less money for the content creators. And if that's the case, that's kind of sad, but that's the way the world works. They're going to do whatever they got to do.
Big thing. There's always the next big thing. YouTube, if they did everything, look, I say they have the best platform. The way it is, it's
the best platform. Yeah, it is.
Absolutely. Like that. The back end.
Even just the analytics, like I'm on these other platforms now, Rumble, Odyssey, their analytics are terrible. They can't really help you with their analytics. YouTube's
insane.
It's insane the amount of analytics that you get, and you can tell, like, and then even just little things on YouTube, like, hey, your viewers really responded to this video that you did. Maybe you should make more content like that video. That's a good tip. Like, okay, we got 40% more views on that subject than we did on other subjects. So I have a board over here. I put them on a board, so that I know, like,
I have the same thing, bro, right in front of me.
Yeah, but the problem then becomes, like, I don't want to talk about Corey Good and David Wilcock every day. That's ridiculous. Or every week even. If they do something new and something happens that I can talk about, sure.
They're just always screwing up, so you have to.
Yeah. Or the other thing I noticed too is that if I follow the trend of whatever people are talking about on UFO Twitter, we get more views. But I don't want to do that because a lot of what they're talking about on UFO Twitter is nonsense. Everybody did a show today on the UFO report. Have you seen it? It's the biggest nothing burger I've ever seen. It's worthless. Why do I want to spend 2 hours talking about a worthless document that tells us nothing? I really don't. But I probably will.
They're not going to tell us anything. So that's why I won't read them ever again.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting though with that UAP report that the true believers are taking a victory lap. Like, well, we finally got transparency, and now they're really going to get serious about looking into this. No, they're not. They're not. They're never going to tell us anything.
Like when they said that during the UAP hearing, and then right after that, John Greenwald got those papers where it shows the Navy said anything UAP exempt from FOIA. Make it classified. That's how transparent they are. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, remember that this is the same government that has been hiding things from us since its inception, essentially. I think, the forefathers of our country had a whole different vision for country, and it's just terrible now. It's just awful. These people spend 40 years in Congress. They go in poor, they come out multi-billionaire, millionaires. You know,
mansions. Oh,
I still think they should have to wear. You know how the Formula race car drivers have, like, you know, STP or whoever their sponsors are. They should have that all over their suit, like NRA. Amazon, you know, like Google.
You're right.
Should be all over their suits so we know who they're working for, because they're not working for us.
Who's he bought by? Yep.
They're definitely not working for us. Well, I feel a little better about this asteroid apocalypse, Ron, now, because at least I know I don't have to worry about it for the foreseeable future. But I'm going to get increasingly more nervous as we come closer to 2029 and this Apophis event, because that looked awful close to me, and they're not telling us how close.
No,
right?
it bothered me too. And why it really bothered me is because I found out the date of the DART impact a month before they announced it by doing that. So that's why that worried me when I seen that. I was like, oh,
yeah, like maybe they're getting ready in case they have to deflect that thing, right?
Yeah, so I'm going to look into that. You'll be hearing from me very soon about that. So,
and I wanted to mention to you, I think I told you before, but you know, there's all kinds of Bigfoot sightings all around that cabin. We should go in the spring or summertime, and you'll be a little more comfortable there without the freezing cold temperatures. And there's a state park where people claim to see Bigfoot like 2 miles down the road.
No, I wanted, but that, not for nothing, that was just bitter. That was cold, man.
Yeah, and I'm really, I could go to the cabin this weekend, but I'm just getting over being sick, and it's going to be, I think it's going to be a low of 17. It's going to be, and that's colder than when you were there. So
yeah, that's cold.
That was unseasonably cold when you were there, because it was still early. When were you there? It was like, it was it feels like a couple months ago, but it was unseasonably cold that day. Yeah.
Jesus, I even forgot that when we went already. November, was it?
Yeah, it was November, and it was bitter. It was 10 degrees outside.
It was November 19th or something like that.
And it was 10 degrees. It's normally about 30 or 40 until December, January. Then it's 10. And when it's 10 outside, you don't want to be out there. And the problem with the cabin comes is, as well insulated as it is, the wood burner in the living room is a little smaller than it should be. So you really struggle to keep up and keep it warm in there. And then I find myself spending all my time, like, you know, if you got to go to that fire and stoke it and load it every hour, that burns up so much time while you're there that it gets annoying fast.
Those friggin' little stoves warmed the hell up out of that place.
And we were sweating in there, yeah.
Our dying.
We were sweating up in there, yeah.
But it's an interesting, it's a nice, awesome looking cat, even though I almost killed them by knocking down all the logs. But
no, you knocked over the stereo, which is sitting on a log. You didn't knock over.
Anthony.
You knocked over the firewood.
And I had the laptop.
Yeah, you knocked over the firewood. That's what you did. Yeah. I think I'm going to pass on the cabin this weekend because it's just too cold. Like, I don't want to go there and be miserable. You know.
Yeah.
Why would I want to go there and be miserable? It's going to be 17, a low of 17. No.
Yeah.
No.
You can't even enjoy the telescope and all that in that kind of weather.
No, you can't.
Unless you have a doohickey on it or something like the.
No, if you don't want to be outside, you don't want to be outside at all. But I am going next week, hell or high water, because you saw that bathroom. I have to finish a ceiling and a few other things in there, and some trim and a few other things my wife wants, because when the springtime rolls around, I'm going to drop a porch on that front. You saw where that patio is, the stone patio. Yeah. I'm going to drop a front porch on it, and that cabin's done. And I want to get it all done by early spring, so that the rest of the spring and the summer, I'm going to be at the other location building the studio. Big log cabin studio. Should be fun. But I really want that other cabin just completely done. I don't want to be bouncing back and forth, build shit here, build stuff here, you know. I don't want to have to deal with that. How long do
you think it'll take you to build the studio cabin? From start to finish.
if I go for the plan that I'm going, probably 3 or 4 years of weekends, but I know I just know me. Like I'm not going to want to just work on that cabin all weekend, every weekend. I've got the other cabin too, which is going to need some maintenance and some other things. So I just don't care. However long it takes me, it takes me. But I'm basically building a cathedral in the woods in that on that land. There's going to be a bunch of A-frame cabins that are going to connect into the middle, which is going to be a huge cavernous log cabin in the middle. But in the front and back, there'll be these A-frames that are separate rooms. And
You should set up some Bigfoot trail cams, like some night vision ones.
oh, I plan on it actually. I plan on having trail cams, even just because I'm going to do a YouTube channel about the wilderness and cabins and all that kind of stuff. And that's great B-roll. Even if you just have like, bears walking by or deer walking by, it's nice B-roll to have. So I'm going to get a whole bunch of trail cams and set them all up and see what we see. When I was at that land, I actually saw when I was at that land, I actually saw a bobcat, which was interesting because I've never seen a bobcat at the other cabin, but that's further deeper into the woods. They really avoid people like the plague, those bobcats, because they know, I guess it's in their DNA because people like bobcat coats, The fur is, I think the hide of a bobcat is like $400 or $500. So if you kill one and skin it, and just the fur off them is $400 or $500. So people see the bobcats and get my gun. So, but and I did see a bear right near that other land. That made me a little nervous because there's no shelter there. So, if I see a bear and he's aggressive, what do I do? Climb a tree? They can climb a tree and kill you too. Like it's a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, Anthony kept laughing. Oh, what, you scared, Ron? Yeah, you ain't freaking scared. Be my luck, I walk into a mama bear that has newborn cubs.
I did that. That's what my encounter with a bear was. I got between a mother and her baby, and that's the stupidest thing you could ever do. And the bear got up on its hind legs, growled, and charged and started running at me, the mama. So I ran to the cabin, and my wife locked the door. She ran in as soon as she saw the bears with the kids. I told her, get the kids in the cabin. And me, like a dummy, was taking pictures, and she locked the door. Then the bear's running at me. I go to the cabin, and the door's locked. I'm like, open the door. But luckily, the bear stopped as soon as it got. Yeah, the bear stopped as soon as it got to it stopped charging me as soon as it got to its baby. I ran the other way. As soon as it got to its baby, it stopped and it grabbed the baby and pulled it, and then they started walking away. But I didn't know that until I turned around. They're definitely dangerous. The bears, the coyotes, and a few other things, mountain lions, and a few other things can kill you in the woods. I avoid the ones that can kill you. I don't mind deer.
The mountain lions.
Yeah, well, we don't have those, but we have bobcats. But I think they're too little. You could probably kick it away from you or something, or you could fight off a bobcat, but not a mountain lion. It'll eat you.
They're stalkers too. Like
they hit you in the back of the neck. They bite the back of your neck, and they cut your carotid artery. You die pretty quickly. Yeah.
Wow, we talked about some nice gloomy stuff today, boy. Right?
Yeah. Well, this is real upper. Yeah. But I do want to thank you for coming here because I wanted to address this asteroid apocalypse stuff, and we did our due diligence today, and we definitely did that. So, I'm gonna bounce you out of here, and I'll check in with the live chat for a little bit, and then we'll wrap things up here.
You got it. It was a pleasure, everybody. Have a good night. Thanks again, Steven.
Thanks, Ron. I'm glad that you could finally be on a good show. I'm really.
There you go. I'm learning.
Thanks, Ron. Good night. All right, friends. So that's what we got for you for tonight. And I'm fairly certain that I will not be. Don't you hate that when there's like there's like a hair that's like wackadoo? I'm fairly certain that I will not be going to the cabin this weekend. So I will probably be doing a couple more shows for the week. We have some other stuff in queue that I was going to use next week, but I could certainly use it this week. We're still on that treadmill here, trying to keep the momentum going. Great show with Ron. He saved the channel. Okay, Paranormal Highway. And by the way, I apologize for not being able to do that show with you, but my sleep schedule has been wacky. And I got to get my children off the bus at like 3:45. And sometimes I stay up all night and can't sleep. And then I wake up at 2:30 or 3 o'clock and then go do that. My wife takes the early shift, so I apologize. It was a rarity that I was up early the other day when you asked me. I apologize for that. Daniel Foster is here and says, I walked upon a mountain lion once that was 200 to 250 pounds. Yeah, they're big suckers, and they'll kill you, especially if they're hungry. Usually they avoid people. They know people are dangerous to them, right? But if they're hungry enough, God forbid you encounter a bunch of them. Like, what if you walked up on 3 or 4 of them? But they don't usually travel in packs, but they're usually, solo, but still, right? Yeah. So any comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. Stephen is much better. Stephen much better now. Giggle. Yeah. I don't know if you're talking about me being sick. I feel like I'm getting over that, but I'm still, it felt like it was gone, and then it started coming back today. So I'm going to have to take a bunch more vitamin C, maybe sleep it off again, right? Amy Collins is talking about the cost of launching stuff up there, $5,000 a pound. Yeah, you better choose your supplies carefully when it's costing you that much to get it up there, right? Eyes Wide Open says, howdy, neighbor. Yeah, and I'm going to check in with the Twitch chat. I see we got 11 people over there, so thank all you people. If you haven't yet and you have a Twitch account, you can click on the Twitch stream. It's pinned at the top of the YouTube chat. Go on over there, just say hello in the live chat. That will help our statistics, and we might actually get monetized there this week. Aximus Rowe is here with the kind and generous $2 super chat asking, is there snakes in your neck of the woods? At the cabin there is, but I've only seen non-poisonous, like garter snakes, garden snakes. And I think I saw another kind of snake, which I can't remember the name of, but they're brown, but they're not poisonous. I picked up stones all over the cabin land, Aximus Row, to build like the stone hearth and the fireplace and the stone shower and the stone patio. So I picked up rocks all over the cabin land. And every once in a while, I would pick up a stone or a rock and go, whoa, snake, right? But the ones that I have seen have been not poisonous. But you could still get bit and get an infection from a non-poisonous snake. So as soon as I see a snake, I run. I just run. I don't like snakes. I don't like those things. So, and there's always the possibility that I could be, remember, I'm visually impaired. So there's always the possibility. I know how to identify whether a snake is poisonous or not, usually, and I'm familiar with them. I was a Boy Scout, a Cub Scout. My dad was an outdoorsman. He taught us what snakes to avoid, and but still, because of my visual problem, I'm always worried that I'm looking at it wrong, and I'm wrong, and it is poisonous. I never touched them. One time I picked one up and threw it because I was down on the ground, and I picked up the stone, and there was a snake like right in my face, and I just grabbed it, throw it. Poor snake. I'm sure he was fine. But we don't have any poisonous snakes. But thank you very much, Aximus Rowe, for your kindness, generosity, and support, and for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support. And I also want to ask members of the live chat another idea that a viewer had, which we think is a great idea, is we won't be doing it tonight, but maybe on some of these other shows where we have a huge, where we have a couple hundred people in the live chat, I'm thinking about doing a Twitch after stream, party stream, or whatever that would be uncensored. And in other words, we would end the show here, and then I will put the Twitch stream. We'll start this Twitch stream a few minutes before the main stream ends. So I could put the link to the Twitch stream in the live chat and tweet it out. And then after the show ends, you guys could all go over to Twitch for an hour show or something like that, a bonus, which would really help us, I think, to get the numbers up. Because if we got 50 or 100 people over in the Twitch chat, we would instantly be monetized. So the first one we're going to do is going to be probably Saturday night, if I stay home for the weekend from the cabin, which is looking like I am. That would let me know if you guys would be interested in that. Would you come to a Twitch after party bonus stream? And that would be uncensored. And it's going to be open. In other words, as soon as the show ends here, we go over to Twitch and you can come on the show on Twitch while we do the bonus stream, open panel. That's the way we're going to try it. And I don't have to worry about all of you lowlifes cursing and screwing up my YouTube money. Those pennies. You know, you guys know every time we do a panel show, we say no cursing. And then remember that one was Kate Schneider. Mrs. Dark Journalist came here and she was drinking Fireball all night. And she just was dropping F-bombs left and right, you know. Yes, the first Twitch after party is going to be this Saturday night. I'm not sure what time yet, but I'll be announcing that. I'm making a graphic and a poster for it. There's a Twitch panel. Well, no, but remember, through StreamYard, people will be able to, I'll be able to put the invitation link to join the stream in the Twitch chat. There is Twitch chat. So anybody watching the Twitch stream will be able to come onto the show and be a panel member. And this, I think, we're this close, Spooky, to getting monetized on Twitch. And we haven't talked about this, but Amazon, anybody that has Amazon Prime can give a Twitch streamer who's monetized $5 a month. And it doesn't cost them anything. It comes with their Amazon Prime account. So I think this could be good to generate some revenue for the new studio and a few other toys we could use. So what we're going to do this Saturday is we're going to do a show at our normal time, which is probably going to be 9 p.m., but I might make it a little earlier. We'll see. And then after the show ends here, we're all going over to the Twitch chat, and then it will be open panel on the Twitch stream after party and uncensored. You could come to the Twitch and curse all you want. They don't mind cursing. And by the way, just a note to say, I don't want people to get the wrong idea. I'm not really upset when people come here and they curse. You know, when we do these panels, people come here drunk, high, whatever, you know. I kind of just expect that that's going to get demonetized or, you know, limited to no ads, whatever. And the $5 or $6 we lose doesn't bother me. But what you have to realize about the way the the way the YouTube system works now, and I've tested this, and I'm fairly certain that this is accurate. If they flag you for cursing on one show, they dial back the numbers for you. They dial back the recommendations. They dial back the notifications. They dial everything on your channel back for a few weeks. A lot of people, other content creators, have agreed with me that that's the way it is. So in other words, when we do a panel show, let's say I haven't cursed here on YouTube for 2-3 weeks. They dial the numbers up. I'm in the algorithm's good graces because they noticed I haven't been cursing for weeks. Then we do a panel show and people are cursing all the time. That doesn't just affect that stream or that show. It affects you for weeks, because then they dial everything back because you're not ad friendly and we don't want to push a channel that's cursing a lot or whatever. And I really, truly do think that's the way that it works here. So I don't get upset because, you know, I lost $4 or whatever on the one show. I get upset because then it affects us for a few weeks and our views suffer and whatever. At least that I believe that's the way that it works. So, you know, but I think this is a good idea. We'll do the regular show here, very clean, family friendly, right? And then we go over to Twitch and people can join the show, curse all they want, talk about the show we just did or whatever else. It'll be open panel, open topics. The first Twitch only stream, Truthseekers Uncensored, on Twitch this Saturday night. I hope that you will join us. So that's all we got for you. I'm going to bounce on out of here. I want to thank our guest tonight, Ron from Cosmic Neighbors. If one of you mods can put his, he could have put his YouTube channel in the live chat. Otherwise, just search for Cosmic Neighbors, 2 words in the YouTube search for Cosmic Neighbors. Hit the magnifying glass, the search tool, and you too will know. And actually, I forgot to do something, so we're not out of here yet. We are going to let you know how you could support our show, and then I'm going to return, and I'll have a few more minutes for comments and questions, suggestions from the live chat. Here's something. If there's a guest that you would like to see here on Truth Seekers, put it in all capital letters in the live chat. If you have any questions for me, put it in all capital letters in the live chat. Comments or suggestions for future shows, subjects you'd like us to cover, put it in all capital letters in the live chat. Now, I am going to have Ian, our announcer, remind you that we're a viewer-supported show and let you know how you can help support our show here.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
come to me with some of their results, and I basically said these results are shit. So I'm sorry to the people who are so friggin' impatient that they won't get off their butt and go learn this stuff and do it themselves. I'm not your daddy. I'm not here to do things for you. I'm sorry. Get out of your basement and go do something. I've seen some of those snap your fingers reports, and they're garbage. Publish the darn paper. Stop claiming that. This is shoddy work. This can't go anywhere. Who did this? It's crap.
Getting to the point, I'll tell you right now, I'm going to start doing a lot less. You're going to notice a huge, I'm going to do a few more to finish up my obligations, but I'm not doing these much longer. This is it. You want more of the same, then go back to the last 70 years of bullshit, because that's what people think you are. They think you're full of shit because you talk about wacky stuff, you've got no evidence, and because he said he wrote a book on something, what does that mean? It means nothing. You got to show evidence. You got to, where are the bona fides? Where are the videos? Where's the reports? Where's the discussions to Congress and the classified briefings? They're nowhere, because I haven't seen them on the Hill when I'm there. I haven't seen them in DC when I'm going by the Pentagon or anywhere else. They're not in those meetings. So you're not going to stop me from doing my pursuits, because I'm taking this very seriously. And I think, I was, when I first came into this, people told me, oh, ufology eats its own. I'm like, what the hell is ufology? I don't even know what that is. I'm not a ufologist. I never have been. I never will be. So stop wrapping me into that. I am not into ufology. I'm not. In fact, it was up to me. I'd blow it up into a million pieces, as I said before.
Now, goddamn it, Bobby, I don't care what Chris Mellon said on Fox News. You're not giving money to that blank 182 fella.
But Dad, they promised to build a spaceship.
No one's building a spaceship, Bobby.
But the Daily Mail reported that.
Those people are all insane.
Hello, I'm Tom DeLong, and thanks for joining us live today. This quote above me actually happened to me this past year. I sometimes call to the stars a science fiction Disney, but for adults.
Very evil people are running the planet and want to kill you, okay? And they're trying to do that, and they're aggressively pursuing this goal right now. And now the earth is much like a tree in which the tree is ripening and the fruit has come to its fruition. Fruit, you see what I did there? Anyway, the things that I was forced to witness, the Draco's eating human beings. And Draco's eating my own body. Okay, one of the things I discovered, which is very weird, is that some of the technology they got in UFO disclosure, they could literally chop your head off and then zip you right back together and bring you back to life like nothing even happened. So there are some sickos who had children get eaten alive and then resuscitate their body from the dead. And that's what apparently was done to me, among other things. That's it. I just want to kill people and drink blood and and rape and molest. That's my goal in life. And that's one of the main things I've had to deal with over the last few months.
Greetings and salutations. So we are back, and I'll be taking comments and questions from the live chat. If you're just joining us, we're exploring this asteroid apocalypse and all of the various conspiracy theories concerning it. Not a lot of good news from Ron from Cosmic Neighbors. Yeah, so questions or comments from me. Here's Louise from NYC, who's always flirting with Ron from Cosmic Neighbors. I think you two should just meet up at a Motel 6 somewhere and get it out of your system. That's what I think, right? And yeah. Godspeed, Ron. Cosmic Neighbors is moving to Virginia and then headed south to look for a house. No new Florida man. Oh yeah, what's Gorilla Gamer been up to? We were going to do a new Florida man episode here, right? Banana, what is, I'm missing it. So do we have any suggestions for future guests, future topics? Now's the time. Were you doing just Twitch or keeping live on YouTube too? We broadcast live to all these locations at once: Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Odyssey, and Rumble. But what we are starting is we're going to be doing a Twitch-only stream, which means we should get, instead of spreading out all our viewers across these various platforms, we'll soon have one place. You can only get the bonus Truth Seekers Uncensored show on Twitch, and that'll be starting this Saturday night. And if it works out, what we're going to do going forward is when the normal show ends, we go over to Twitch and we do a Truth Seekers Uncensored show that's an open panel, which means anybody can join the show. Don't just listen to the show, don't just watch the show. Go to Twitch when we do these after parties, these uncensored shows, and be a part of the show. You're almost welcome. And by the way, on Twitch, you can curse all you want, and I won't even complain about losing the 27 cents on YouTube because I won't have to. Twitch apparently does not care. Yes. Did you have something you were working on about Ben Hansen? Yes, I do, but I have not completed my research on that. But thank you for reminding me. I will put it on my, and I honestly do this. I will put it on my list of things to do. Also on my list of things to do before I get murdered by Spooky is to do more playlists. Spooky asked me to do playlists for 2 years, maybe more. And I finally figured out the playlists, and I just did a few. And apparently we need more playlists. But I think that is a very, very good idea. Banana, what do you think of Bob Lazar? Bob Lazar is a convicted pimp, liar, fake scientist. And anybody who tries to sell you Bob Lazar information is lying to you as well. There's something called the lie by omission. Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, and all the others who sell Bob Lazar material only give you half of the story. All of the other half of the story that proves that Bob Lazar is a convicted pimp, a liar, a scammer, who had massive financial problems and ripped a bunch of people off for money right before he came out with his original story. There's proof of that in his bankruptcy filings. All of that information, including information that he never stepped foot on Area 51. We have on the record interview with an Area 51 security guard that proves Bob Lazar is a liar. He never stepped foot on Area 51. And I hear you, oh, but he worked at this Area S4. He said he flew into Area 51. We've got on the record statement from an Area 51 security guard who worked at the time that Bob Lazar came out with his story. That could be verified. He is who he says he was. He really did work at Area 51. He was a security guard. He checked all the flight logs of all the Janet flights going in and out of Area 51. That's what Bob said. He took a Janet airline flight into Area 51. Guess who's not on any of the flight logs or check-in and check-out logs at Area 51? Everybody on those flights has to be logged. Everybody walking into Area 51 has to be logged. Everybody walking out of Area 51 has to be logged. Everybody flying out of Area 51 has to be logged. Bob Lazar was not on any of those records. Further, that same security guard drove all over that base, including the so-called Papoose Lake S4 area. Do you know what was there? Nothing. Not a guard shack, no guards, no road like Bob Lazar described, no hangar bay doors, and he went right up to that mountain. Nothing. There was nothing there. And further, we also have on the record sources here on our channel which prove that Bob Lazar was never a scientist at Los Alamos, which proves that he lied. His education is fake. He was never a scientist. He was a low-level technician, the kind of guy who would get you a new mouse if your mouse broke in the lab, or get you a computer, or run some wires or cables for you, hook up your computers in your lab to the network. He was never a scientist. It's all a lie. And by the way, you can search Bob Lazar. Go to our main channel, hit the little search tool, and just put Bob Lazar in there. You'll see all of our previous coverage. We've done something like 10 or 12 shows, all with proof that Bob Lazar is a liar and a fraud, and that the whole story is fake, manufactured, and made up to make money. I'm a bit passionate about the Bob Lazar story, though, Banana, because I grew up with it. And if I could pick one story in all of UFO land or conspiracy land to be true, I would pick the Bob Lazar story. Great story, but it's fake. Great story, but it's not a true story. It's a manufactured, garbage peddled story. Also of interest is that Bob Lazar and Gene Huff got the Billy Meyer material from John Lear just a few months before Bob Lazar came out with his story. And in that material were pictures of the so-called beam ships of Billy Meyer. Do a side-by-side comparison. Look at a beam ship and look at Bob Lazar's sport model. They're essentially the same flying saucer. There's a multitude of reasons there's just too much evidence that the story is not true. But if you really want to educate yourself, I encourage you, go to our main channel, put Bob Lazar in the search bar, and you will see all of the various coverage that we've done. We've also done a story on how he never passed 4 lie detector tests, like Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp claimed. We also did a story on how his education is 100% completely fake. And we did a story on all the fabrications and lies coming from George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. And by the way, they do that on purpose. They don't give you all the information we give you here. They only give you the information that supports that the story may be true. But they don't give you all the information that definitively proves the story is not true. So feel free. And by the way, I always encourage people, if you're curious about a certain person in conspiracy land or UFO land or alien land, whatever you want to call this strange subculture, all you have to do is go to our main channel, hit the search bar, and put their name in, whether it's Emery Smith, David Wilcock, Corey Good, David Adair, Phil Schneider. I get a lot of requests about Phil Schneider. We've already covered that. And I think I don't want to start repeating myself here. So occasionally people will say, oh, you got to do a show on Phil Schneider. And I try to explain to them, we've already done that. And I'm sufficiently convinced that we did a good job on that and have the truth about Phil Schneider. So to all you people who are making requests, please do go to our search bar. And you know, it's okay if you sent me a message and you didn't know, but I'm just trying to educate everybody. Just go to the search bar, put whatever name you want to know about in the search bar. We probably have done a show about it. We've done shows on Randy Kramer, George Knapp, Richard Dolan, Richard Doty, Jeremy Corbell, certainly Lou Elizondo, David Adair, Phil Schneider. You know, despite a certain critic who says that I cover the same people over and over again. No, we don't. We've covered hundreds of different conspiracy land characters here. Archaic Revival says, what about a natural herbal medicine show with stories like Harry Hoxsey? Yeah, that would be great. I am somewhat interested in that. I think that would be a great idea for a show, actually. I'll put it on my list. I got a list right here for your suggestions. Now is the time. If you want me to do a show on a certain subject, natural remedies, what was that? Let me try to get it right. Natural herbal medicine. Yeah, and I have a guest for that, actually, I think. So that would be a good show. Herbal medicine. So I'm taking suggestions. I'm even making notes, guys. So if you want to see a certain guest here, a certain topic covered, now is the time. Just put in all capital letters so I know it's for me. And I appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support there. Banana with kind and generous $2. Glad that I could help. And let me be clear, Banana, because people think I have some jealousy or hatred. I love Bob Lazar's story. It is a great story. Sounds good. Former government scientist, worked on flying saucers, right? And then he blew the whistle. But again, he was never a scientist. His education is fake. He was never a scientist. He was, he's a techie guy. He liked science and technology. Doesn't make him a scientist. So every time you see former government scientist in an article written about him, it's a lie. I would love the story to be true. Unfortunately, it is not true. It is a fabrication. It's a lie. And unfortunately, people like George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell have made millions of dollars selling the lie. And that's unfortunate. But I'm glad we are developing quite a database here. And that's something I'm proud of. Like I said, you can go to the search bar, anybody you're curious about, and we investigate them. We check their claims. We fact check them. So if you're ever curious if somebody's full of crap or a trustworthy source of information, you can always come here and check and see if we've covered them. And if not, you can request that we cover them. And we do try to get to those requests. That's why I'm asking for suggestions and future guests here right now. If you have any ideas, I'm all ears. Thank you, Banana, though, for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Wesley, a.k.a. Snipes, asks, did Gufon ever explain all the hoaxes you put to him? No, and he never will. He wants to talk about my wife's breasts. He wants to talk about my eyeballs or my balls. He doesn't want to talk about all the evidence because he is an intellectual weakling and a coward. And all he can do is hurl ad hominem attacks, personal insults, and try to discredit me because he knows that we are correct. There is two-hour documentaries on Third Phase of Moon faking all kinds of stuff. He knows they're right. Maybe we got one data point wrong out of hundreds or thousands. Doesn't make the rest of it wrong. Third Phase of Moon are trash men. They are garbage peddlers. And so is he for working with them. And, people send me clips still all the time of him calling other people frauds. And I love it. He's sitting there calling other people frauds while he's working for the biggest fraud hoaxers in this entire thing. But here's the thing. He's a weakling and he cannot do well on his own. He needs them. He needs Third Phase of Moon shoveling stupid new people to him constantly because anybody with a brain wouldn't be watching Third Phase of Moon like they're some trusted information source. And he can't do it by himself. We have built this show ourselves. We didn't sell out and lick the buttholes of people like Third Phase of Moon. And everybody has a choice. You can choose to tell your audience the truth, or you can choose to lie to your audience. And we were both at a certain point where it became very clear to me that I had to either go after Third Phase for being the frauds, hoaxers, liars that they are, and garbage peddlers that they are, or keep my mouth shut to keep some kind of peace, right? And I don't lie to my audience, couldn't lie to my audience, not going to mislead my audience. So I told my audience the truth. And what did he do? He lied to his audience for more than a year. And he's still lying to his audience, telling everybody that I'm wrong. I'm a terrible person, right? I met my wife in a strip club. Even if I did, who cares? He's got to attack me personally because he knows I was right. I made the moral and ethical correct decision, and he made the wrong moral and ethical decision. He chose to lie to his audience, or at the very least, just keep his mouth shut. Just like he kept his mouth shut when he knew for an absolute fact, and we proved it here, that third phase of moon were accepting 100% completely, totally faked videos. He knew it. And what did he do? He attacked people, calling them pedos or whatever, attacking people's children, attacking people's family, attacking a guy that has cancer, claiming he faked it. And that's reprehensible behavior. But he had to do that because he has no facts. He has no evidence. We are correct. Third phase of moon are garbage peddling liars and fraudsters. And he works for them and defends them, which makes him no better than them, though he thinks that he can somehow call other people frauds or hoaxers or liars while he's working for the biggest frauds, hoaxers, or liars. And I've kind of said this before, but I'll say it again. Sometimes you just have to put people in your rear view. And we are blown right by him. He doesn't even know. He still thinks, he's got a shot at somehow pulling out of this and saving face. There's no saving face when you've been lying to your audience for a year. There's no saving face or salvaging things when you get caught knowingly lying to your audience for a year. The only reason he still has an audience is because third phase of moon keeps shoveling him new stupid people to watch him, because it takes a stupid person, no offense, to watch him. Or that's not very kind. Maybe the people that watch him aren't stupid. They're just misinformed by his lies, his fabrications, and his fantasy land he lives in, where he is someone credible. Let me tell you something you should already know. Someone who is a credible, good show host would not work for third phase of moon. Someone who is a credible source of information would not work for third phase of moon. And that's where we're at, and that's where we find ourselves. But thank you for the question. If you get a chance, interview Long Island Bigfoot. He is on my list. I'll put him, I will add him, though, to the list here. Long Island Bigfoot. Just to remind me, he's on a different list I have of potential guests. We'll try to do it. Luis is still talking to Cosmic Neighbors. You should have. Why don't you guys just meet up? Get a room, get it out of your system, right? That'd be a great idea. Maybe I should pay for the room for you guys. You want me to? I'll treat. Get a room, get it out of your system. All right? I'll pay for the room. These guys are always flirting. Makes me sick, right? Elena Danian should give up her silly stories and become a feet model. That one dude wanted them. Yeah, that's a weird thing. I never understood foot fetish. I've never. I think I have noticed certain women's feet that are cute. Like, I think my wife's feet are kind of cute, but I wouldn't be like licking them and doing all that. No, not a fan of that. That's weird. Very, very weird. But every man has things they like. Some guys are breast men. Some guys are butt men. I'm a vajayjay man myself. That's what I'm interested in. But everybody's got their thing. Some guys like feet. You ever see a foot job? Boy, that looks weird. That is a weird thing. Foot guys, there are men who pay money to get foot, to have women climax them, let's say it that way, with their feet. There are men that cannot climax unless a woman uses her feet. That's weird. Yeah, maybe she should become a foot model. I don't know. Billy Carson, no, never going to happen. He once threatened me with a lawyer. We're not friends. Yeah. He's a garbage peddler too. What am I going to say? What new garbage you got to peddle, Mr. Carson? Good job tonight, Ron from Cosmic Neighbors. Very informative, fun. Well, thank you for that. We appreciate it. No, they're not. He's a false prophet, Chris. And I wish that I still had those videos up. Someday, I have to be very careful because I got threatened with lawyers from him. And I took the videos down because I did make one factually inaccurate statement. Someday I'm going to do a new show on Mr. Billy Carson and show all of his fakery, fraudery, and ridiculous nonsense for the fake nonsense it is. Yeah. Amy Collins says, rap sheet Billy, you'll get Steven started. Yeah, what you should know, Chris, is that Mr. Carson once pled guilty to a fraud-related offense, a felony. And that's all I can say about that. And his information is less than credible. He's less than credible. He's pushing things that he made a documentary recently on the Black Knight satellite. That story has been debunked for 20 years. These grifters, they recycle stories and they hope that you forget that the story was fake 20 years ago when they bring it up. And then, Chris, what they do is they do the lie by omission. We talk about that a lot here. Like Billy Carson will make a documentary and he'll only give you the information that supports that the story may be true. He won't give you all the information that definitively proves that that story is fake. He won't give you that information. That's how a lot of these UFO con artists work. It's the lie by omission. They only give you half the story. We give you the whole story here, or we try to. Quite often, I just give half the story because the grifter, fraudster, con artists have already given you their half of the story. Then we give you the other half of the story, you know, that involves things like truth, facts, evidence, right? Tyler Glockner from Secure Team. You know, I haven't really covered him. I have very little interest in him. I'm aware that Mr. Glockner got caught. You want him as a guest? I mean, I would interview him, but I think a guy with 2 million subscribers is not coming to a channel with less than 10,000 subscribers to do an interview. Do you know what I mean? Although, if he were to offer that to me, I have never reached out to him and asked him, so I don't know, maybe he would. But if he were to offer to come here to do an interview, would I do it? Absolutely. Sure. Just to pick his brain and find out how you get 2 million subscribers, I would do it. Something strange in the city. Tweedledum and Tweedledee, those two trust fund oddballs will just keep on keeping on. Yeah. Well, you know why there's even no matter how many times people prove what liars, con artists, fraudsters, and hoaxers they are, they still manage to be successful because they cater to stupid people, Louise. That's how they survive. They cater to stupid people. Kind of like Grifton, right? Because what audience member that has a brain and is fully informed, Louise, would keep watching a guy like Grifton when they find out that he's been lying through his teeth to them for a year? Would you watch a show host? Let me know in the live chat. Maybe I'm wrong. But would you watch a show host if it was proven that that show host has been lying to you for over a year? Would you keep watching him? Would you keep sending him money? No, I think that things work for him because he keeps getting an influx of new stupid people from Third Phase of Moon. Will you talk about Billy Carson and his talking of the Bible? Yeah, but if you really want to be helpful, I can't do it right now. I'm not prepared. But I have on my list to do a new show on Billy Carson and the various garbage that he pushes. If you really want to be helpful and you want to see me do that, what you can do is I am aware of some of the things that he said about the Bible, but it would be much more helpful if you sent me a link to a video where he talks about the Bible being fake, and I will absorb that and come back with, you know, a more intelligent answer and discussion on his talking points, which are incorrect, invalid. And, you know, we're talking about a guy who says, okay, so he says the Bible is fake, but he says the Emerald Tablets of Thoth are real. There's absolutely no evidence that the Emerald Tablets of Thoth is not a modern day writing. There's absolutely no evidence that it came from Atlantis like he claims. It's a story, a bunch of stories, quite like the Bible. So I don't understand how he could say the Bible is fake while saying that the Emerald Tablets of Thoth are real. Maybe it's because he's not making money from the Bible, but he's making money from the fake Emerald Tablets of Thoth, right? And I think I missed something here. Banana with a kind and generous $2 says for the room. And we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And by the way, this one's going to be for all of you Patreon supporters, all of you channel members, all of you kind and generous PayPal pledgers, you super chatters, super stickers, and especially you people that send us super thanks. If you're listening to the show after the live broadcast ends, you could still throw a couple bucks in our hat. Just hit the thanks button. But thank you, Banana, and all of you kind and generous benefactors.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you, Banana. All right. And I heard somebody ask, would an interview with Graham Hancock interest me? Oh, absolutely. But I have messaged several times. Somebody gave me an email address for him. I don't know if it's not a good email address or he just doesn't respond to people with smaller channels. I've asked him for an interview twice now. No reply. But he's a busy guy. He's a busy guy. James Gilead, we've covered before. Look, just search the YouTube, search from our main channel for ECETI, ECETI, or Ranch, RANCH, and you'll find the show we did on Gilead. Laura Eisenhower I've never covered because I can't make it through 2 hours of her talking because it's such nonsense. I'll try if you really want me to. What happened to Louise and Ron? Did they get a room? I don't see them. Oh, is she still here? Tyler is how I found everybody here. I've been watching Secure Team for years. I had to dig for the channels because YouTube does not promote ufology. Yeah, you got to dig for them. Yeah, absolutely. Lady Dan and poor gal, her only boyfriend she had at age 50 was a man she found off Google Images she calls Doorhand. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, right? And by the way, that really was the most boring. That was the most boring thing I have ever heard. It was ridiculous. And we'll take some more comments. Bob Marley, God told me to conquer the next village and kill the men and use their daughters as slaves and hookers. I hope you're talking about a fictional world. What? That's why if an alien lands and says to me, I'm Jesus, I'm running, bro, or kicking him in the nuts. That's a good plan. I think there's a plan. Absolutely no historical evidence of the Bible either, really. Was written at the least 700 years after Jesus' death, if he even lived at all. Look at Egyptian and Roman historical literature. Well, I would disagree with you, Louise, but yeah, I mean, you might be right. But there is historical evidence of Jesus, and there is historical evidence of the apostles. There's historical evidence of the other historical figures like Pontius Pilate in the time of Jesus or Caesar. I mean, it's a matter of faith, maybe. Maybe the police were chasing both of them, headed to Hotel 6. I thought they were headed to Motel 6. Yeah. I want to see them get it out of their system. Of course, I'm a sicko and I want them to live stream it. Peter Maxwell Slattery. We've done Peter Maxwell Slattery. See? YouTube search bar. It's your best friend. YouTube search bar at our main channel, though. If you just search for Peter Maxwell Slattery Truthseekers, you might not find it. But if you're on the Truthseekers channel and you search for Peter Maxwell Slattery in the search bar on our channel, you'll find a show that we did all about Peter Maxwell Slattery. Shroud. Oh, yeah, that's been on my list for a while, but it's a difficult thing to cover, Alien Outlaw. And by the way, thank you for being a YouTube channel member. Much, much appreciated. I would very much like to cover the Shroud of Turin, but it's very difficult because there's a lot of data there, and I don't want to get facts and evidence wrong when covering something important like that. Is it really the Shroud of Jesus of Nazareth, or is it a really incredibly clever hoax? Either way, it's a great mystery, and I love great mysteries. It's been on my list for a long, long time. I will put it back on my list, though, because we do need subjects for new shows. I want to do it at Shroud of Turin, a deep dive. It's going to take a while to get through all of the information on that. And I do have a folder here somewhere, Alien Outlaw, with a whole lot of information on that, but I haven't sort of collated it or categorized it or organized it, right? That girl is, poor Elena, most boring gal ever. Yeah, she takes an hour to tell you that she met some aliens on a moon from Jupiter, right? Alien Outlaw says, right on, man. I'll get on it. I'll put it on my list of things to do. Al Garay is here and says, I think Michael Sala has a secret space crush on Elena Danyan. I believe that you are correct. I believe that you are correct. Yeah. And we've still got 9 people over in the Twitch chat, but we could use a few more of you. If you're on a desktop, a laptop, a tablet, or even a phone, click on the link in the YouTube live chat and go over there to Twitch. Just say hello in the chat or something, or leave it open. That would really help us. We're trying very, very hard to get monetized over there. And you can help just by jumping into the Twitch chat. Wesley Snipes says, I look at Jesus as either being an alien or the world's best magician of that era with some of these so-called miracles he was meant to have performed. Do you know there is a whole theory that Jesus was exactly that. Miracles are easy to replicate if you know how. Who is the creepiest grifter of all? I think Bill Brockrader is, because he was this guy got court-martialed for molesting his own sister-in-law. Close second would be Stan Romanek, who had a huge collection of kitty pictures that he was arrested and convicted for and is now serving time in a federal prison, I believe. Those two guys are very, very creepy. And a close third would be Jimmy Church, who just looks slimy. He just looks like a creepy, slimy dude to me. And he hosts so many scammers and fraudsters and con artists, you know. Long Island Bigfoot. I had a feeling, and I did prior to the documentary and your info, but I sure wouldn't keep watching that. No way. Long Island Bigfoot, you have been requested to be a guest, so please email me. Please email me, and let's set that up, because I like Bigfoot. I even have Bigfoot at my cabin on the door. TruthSeekersShow@gmail.com. Please email me, and we'll set it up maybe next week, right? I'm up for that. Let me know what you think. We'd love to have you. And several people in the live chat tonight requested that I interview you, and you've never been here, so you should be here. And welcome, by the way. Parts of Virgil's Aeneid and the Odyssey were reported in the New Testament almost verbatim, line by line. Well, that's interesting. If Jesus was such an enigma at the time of the Egyptians, Romans, Greeks, Chinese would have definitely written about him. There was no contemporary mentions of him until 300 years after his death. But don't you think that could have been because of the separation, you know, and the regions? Would somebody in China really hear about a religious man in Israel? Did they even know Israel existed in China at that time? China was off on its own. And as far as the Romans, they might have, the historical mentions of Jesus or the crucifixions and all that is in Roman information, because the Romans were rulers of Israel at the time. But the Egyptians, that's a whole country away, or, you know, maybe same region. I don't know. It's kind of a mystery. Yeah. I have nothing against anyone believing whatever, by the way. As you're crapping all over the world's biggest religion, thank you, Louise. I'm just going to go cry. And shouldn't you be in a room at a Motel 6 with Ron by now? Like, you've had time. Like, just text each other, figure out what motel you two are going to go to get it all, get down and dirty and get there, right? Ganja73 is over there on the Twitch chat. Welcome, Ganja73. Good to see you there. The shroud is a relic and draws people in to put money in baskets on Sundays. Yeah, relics is big business. For those unaware, relics are things like the Shroud of Turin or nails from the cross or the crucifix. That scared me because there was hundreds and hundreds of them all throughout Europe for a while. The nails from the cross of Christ. There was only supposed to be 6 of them, right? Or 4, maybe, right? And somehow there was hundreds of them all throughout Europe. But that's what it was. It was big business. People would come and they would visit the relic in the shrine in the church. Oh, this is a nail from the cross of Jesus. Here's some money. And they would go there and they would pray. But the problem was there was hundreds of those nails all over Europe for a while because it was big business and it generated revenue. And there is an incredible amount of relics. Somebody claims to have the blood of Jesus, and then somebody claims to have the crown of thorns of Jesus and the crucifixion. Others claim to have the spear of destiny. There are saints' bones as relics all over. Gorilla Gamer says Florida Man. Yeah, you come here. We're going to do another Florida Man because that was the most fun one show I've done. We laughed. Remember? That was fun. We got to have a fun show. Maybe next week if you're not busy, Gigi. Message me, email me. The best thing to do is to email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com and we'll set that up. And I could use some Florida Man funny in my life, and I think the audience could too. Louise says, I'm interested in theology and how it steers the masses. Just look deeper into the proof as you do with everything else. Well, I had 10 years of Catholic school and scripture study, Louise, and I did for a time look for, I guess you could say, historical proof of the stories of the Bible. And I did find some. I found some historical proof of the stories in the Bible. I mean, how many pieces of historical proof of stories in the Bible do I need before I am satisfied and just believe the stories in the Bible are as accurate as they can be, given I agree with one thing. Oral tradition is a problem for me because that means that people just told these stories verbally for a few generations before anybody wrote them down. That's a big problem for me. Because if I tell you a story, Louise, and then you tell Ron a story, and then Ron tells Bob Marley a story, and Bob Marley tells the story to Archaic Revival, and then Archaic Revival tells the story to Amy Collins, and then Amy Collins tells it to Paragon Reason, who then tells it to Alien Outlaw, who then tells it to Wally's World. How much of the original story first told will be accurate by the time Wally's World writes it down? I think not very much. So I understand both sides of the issue, right? Have you heard of Grandfather? I'm not sure if you mean Earth's Galactic Ambassador or not. I don't know what you mean. So yeah, Bob Marley, look up what the Vatican hides. Yeah, there's a story called Vatican Girl. Look at that if you really want to be disgusted by Catholicism, right? As if the child scandal with the Catholic Church wasn't enough. Essentially, they just let a girl get murdered to cover up their money laundering scandal. A little girl, too. Terrible story. It would have to be oral tradition mixed with bits of history that were recorded. You could be right. You could be absolutely right. All about money, my friend. That's it. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Absolutely agree with you. The word is story. Yeah. I mean, sometimes I think that according to Catholicism and Christianity, much of Christianity, the Bible came from God. But then you say, well, it's not like God sat there and wrote it out. So explain that one to me. And the priests would tell you about divine inspiration. They would say that God moved man to write the stories in the Bible. So, this is a very complicated issue. And it's hard to understand. So the Bible came from God, but not directly from God. It came from God inspiring a man to write a story, right? And then you have to ask yourself, what scares me, though, is the Bible literalists, those people who believe if it's in the Bible, it's 100% true. Because the Bible is not a science book, And then they go, oh, evolution's not true because the Bible doesn't mention evolution, or you know, the world was created in 7 days because it says so in the Bible. That's nonsense. You know, I believe that the Bible is a collection of stories designed to teach people about spirituality, about God, about humanity's place in the cosmos, and about morality and how best to live a good life. That's what I believe. Do I believe in divine inspiration? Yes. Yeah, I believe that some of those people were divinely inspired to write those stories for a reason. And also you have to look into the way the Bible was constructed, because after all, there's a lot of so-called banned books from the Bible. Well, you know what? We're going to do a whole show on the Bible because you guys are interested. I'm interested. We'll do a whole show. You found proof at a religious school. Come on, man. You are better than that. The Egyptians were writing at the same time the Romans and the Syrians. They would have known. They would have known about an Israeli man, a man in Israel that was teaching people religion. They would have known about a rabbi in Israel hundreds and hundreds of miles away. That's arguable, Louise. That's arguable. What about, it goes both ways, though. How come there's no Israeli writings about Egyptian pharaohs or Egyptian priests who also performed miracles? Did you know that? Many Egyptian priests performed miracles. Why is there no Israeli writings about Egyptian priests performing miracles or teaching people religion? Why is there no Chinese writings about Egyptian priests? You know what I mean? It was a different time then. You know, there was no internet, Louise. No, I wasn't told that. I looked for the proof. I looked for historical proof of religious. Who is that guy? There's a guy that does documentaries, and all he does, Louise, is find religious proof of biblical stories. And he finds a lot of proof, right? That he found a lot of compelling evidence and proof of the biblical Exodus. Did you know that? There's historical evidence and proof of the biblical story of Exodus, the Jews being slaves and escaping from Egypt. There's historical proof for some of that. Now, some things don't line up absolutely correctly, but, you know, come on. It's thousands of years ago. But we'll just agree to disagree, Louise. I still think you should be in a Motel 6 getting down and dirty with Ron right now. I think that's a much better use of your time than arguing the Bible with me, you know? Well, we're not arguing. We're just disagreeing, right? Just disagreeing. Steve Nicholson is here with a kind and generous $20 super chat. Very generous of you. Very kind of you, sir. Thank you very much. He says, Stephen, I sent you a picture of 4 F-18 fighter jets being chased by an orange herb. However, you never responded back regarding your thoughts on the matter. Where did you send that to? And I apologize. You got to email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. Otherwise, DM me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion. And my Twitter DMs are open. But you may have to follow me before you can Twitter DM me. But the best place is to email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. And I'm getting emails, getting hammered about past guests too again. Like, I'm sorry if you didn't like a guest, but take it up with the guest, not me, right? Yeah, I didn't get an email. So here, here's what I'll do, Steve Nicholson. First, I will thank you for the kind and generous super chat. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Very, very kind of you. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash, Steve Nicholson.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you very much, sir. And this is my email. Sometimes people screw it up and they put an extra S in. It's one truth seeker, me, show. One word. If you send it to me again, I will certainly take a look at it and certainly let you know what I think of it. I would be happy to. I love photos and stuff like that. All right. You know what? You're right. You are absolutely right. So I apologize. I apologize. Yeah, you're right. I apologize. That's crude and rude. But Louise, I don't know if you know this about Ron, but I'm pretty sure he likes you, and he needs a little bit of help. So maybe that was a crude way to try to help Ron, to kind of push you Ron's way, right? Trying to help a brother out. He could use some have you seen his apartment? He needs a woman in his life, Louise. He needs a woman. He definitely needs a woman. Have you seen the way he dresses? Cuts his hair? He needs a woman. Come on. Got to help a brother out, right? Archaic Revival says, I uploaded a short of a helicopter absorbing a bright orb to my channel yesterday. I'll have to take a look at that. I put a link to alien music in the comments in yesterday's video. Was it funny? I don't recall that, so I apologize, right? S23 is dabbing late. Dab away. Good for you, right? Oh, Louise, do you want to come on as a guest when I do the Bible show? I'm going to have charts and graphs, and they were writing about the religious practices in Britain, Scandinavia, Russia, China at the time. But there was a separation. People in Britain were not writing about religious practices in Russia 4,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago. People in China were not writing about religious practices in Egypt 2,000 years ago. Just there was too much separation between cultures, you know? And I apologize again for my crude and nasty comments. You should just, maybe you should just come and visit me and my wife, and Ron will be here, right? Have a nice dinner. We'll get you liquored up. That might help. If you got to hang out with Ron, right? Yes, they were. All right. Well, you know, okay, if you say so. Widespreadly, though, and about specific people. So you're telling me 2,000 years ago, Chinese people were writing about religious teachers in Great Britain or in Israel 2,000 years ago. Or you're telling me that people in Russia 2,000 years ago were writing about religious teachers in China. Well, that one may be because they're close enough. But how about Russians 2,000 years ago writing about specific religious teachers in Great Britain or in Australia or in Egypt? Nope. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Find me that. Find me that. They weren't writing about specific religious teachers in other countries. Show me. Send it to me. Email it to me. Boy, it's like arguing with my wife, right? You're just wrong. No matter what, you're just wrong. Dude, let me tell you too, my wife is brutal at that. She will spend 12 hours trying to Google stuff to prove me wrong, right? Absolutely. All right, well, show me the proof. That's all I'm saying. I don't believe that's true. And I could be wrong, but I've never heard of somebody in China writing about a specific religious teacher half a world away 2,000 years ago or 4,000 years ago. I've never heard about that. Never. Look at the movie Medieval Man. That's religion. Who was the most violent one? It's based on a true story. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Yeah. Religion. It's the greatest scam of all time. Amy Collins is asking, have you looked into astrotheology? Not really. How it was incorporated into numerous ancient texts, myths. Yeah. Whoever is dissing who, you've got on should get a grip. Steven gets it. It's when the channel gets loud, it wakes me up. Yeah. I just want to apologize to all you sleeping people if I wake you up while you're trying to sleep to my show. And by the way, I talked to that person. We're okay. He was trying to be helpful, and he's right. I checked. The music is like the music in our bumpers here is significantly louder than just me speaking. And so I guess what he was saying was he watched the show, fell asleep during the show, and then at the end of the show, when the end bumper played, it's very loud and it woke him up, which I guess is a valid complaint, but I took it the wrong way because, you know, I just took it like, really? You're going to message me that my music, I got to fix my bumpers so you could sleep properly to the show? But he is right in his defense. The music's too loud. I got to fix that. We're going to make it a little more equal, right? And then somebody will complain about something else, you know, but at least they won't be able to complain about that, right? Like before, certain people didn't like a certain mic that I was using before, and they would cry and complain, so I just got rid of the mic. Now they complain about other things to do with audio, but they can't complain about the microphone because I'm using, you know, the Blue Yeti that everybody streams with, so it's industry standard. I agree with you, Archaic Revival. That's a good way to go. It was long ago, but we can emulate the Jesus within ourselves to make life better today. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Patty says, you won't find that. Stephen is correct. Yeah, I think the world was too separated, right? I'm only kidding. I love your channel. Yeah, I know you were kidding about the guy who was upset that he couldn't sleep right to Truthseekers shows because the music was too loud. But, you know, we're okay. He's right. It is too loud. I'm going to fix it when I get a chance. I'll put on my list, you know. It's kind of like when I tell my wife, she's like, this is broken. Can you fix it? This is broken. Can you fix it? Do you think you could work on this? Do you think you could work on it? No, put on my list. Bob Marley says, bro, I was brought up Catholic. Me too. Something ain't right. Why do alien or angels let it happen? Food for thought. Yeah, I always had a lot of questions for the priests. Like, why would God let children starve to death? Why would God let children be born deformed? And or like with autism, like my son, why would God let that happen? But I suppose it's easy to judge. If I were God and all powerful, I wouldn't let children suffer ever. If it was within my power, nope. I would never let a child suffer ever if I had the power to stop it. But another problem is that people forget that we are only mortal and men. And I don't think that a mortal man can truly comprehend the nature of God or the mind of God or the reasons God has for whatever, right? Oh, come on, Louise. Don't be upset. And people are just disagreeing with you. It's okay to disagree, right? It's okay to disagree, right? Try an art tube preamp, maybe. I used to have one of those. I have two. I have a dual art tube preamp and I have a single art tube preamp. Wally's World got the Blue Yeti. Yeah, that's the best thing to do to stop people from crying or complaining they don't like the microphone you're using, because you just say, I'm using the Blue Yeti. That's what everybody uses. Get off my case, you know? Plug and play less than $100. Yeah. That place exists, heaven. We are here to learn. No, I think we pissed off Louise from New York City, and that wasn't my intention. Until I see proof that, you know, I mean, sure, did people in China maybe write about religions in other countries? Sure, but I don't believe they wrote about specific religious leaders. So her argument that people in China didn't write about Jesus, therefore Jesus didn't exist, is kind of a bad argument, in my opinion. And that's based on, you know, 10 years of of scripture study, and maybe she's right. Maybe the priests brainwashed me to just believe it, and she's right and I'm wrong. I'd be more than willing to look at her evidence or her proof that I'm wrong. But that'd be kind of like arguing with my wife. She'll win. Women always win the argument, no matter what. I'm smart enough man to know that. Sometimes it's best to not argue with a woman. Actually, it's always best to not argue with a woman. Instead of Jesus magically creating bread for all, I can imagine Jesus convinced people to share the bread there was. Yeah, well, there could be different interpretations to that, right? Is that an Ibanez hanging on the wall? No, that's like it's actually literally a no name. It would probably be considered, oh, I don't think I can. I thought I could shed some light on it over there, but no, I can't. It would probably be like an Ibanez copy, but it is very good quality, cheap guitar. That's not correct. It's not cheap. It's inexpensive, and it sounds great. And I got it very inexpensively. There is literally no name on the guitar. It's literally a no-name guitar. But I bang around on that pretty good, and I don't worry about breaking it because I can get another one cheap if I break it. And meanwhile, Jimbo, I have a Gibson Studio that stays in the closet. I am always afraid to play it because I'm always afraid of scratching it or breaking it or screwing it up because it's very, 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 very expensive guitar, Gibson Studio. Paragon Reason says, I don't argue with my wife. Yeah. And what I can tell you, Paragon Reason, is that's probably why you're still alive, right? Visitor, I farted, therefore I am. Well, there's a thought for the day. I yelled at Skillet one time for burning my sandwich. Okay. Arapids is here and in the Twitch chat. Orapids and says, are you the guy from the Matrix? No, I'm Stephen Cambion, and you're watching my show, Truth Seekers. Find us on YouTube. Just search for Truth Seekers, one word. But I get that a lot. Entanglement of points, nodes, and time. We're getting philosophical in the live chat, right? I want an Electro Voice RE20, but I don't have a kidney to trade. Yeah, I want a Shure microphone that costs like $500. I'll probably never have that kind of money to buy it, but I can dream, can I? Oh, and by the way, I wanted to remind everybody of something. Yesterday, I did an interview with another show, Raised by Giants, and tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, he is premiering the interview that he did with me. And we talked about the Corey Good fiasco. And I've put it in the live chat. There's a link there, or just search for Raised by Giants on YouTube, and you'll find it. He's going to be doing that at 7 p.m. tomorrow night Eastern Standard Time. It's pre-recorded, but I'll be in the live chat probably. And we had a great talk, so I think you'll enjoy it. Isn't thinking you're always right and the other person always wrong an ego thing? Well, no, it's a woman thing, right? Here's what I learned about marriage so far, Ann Christensen and Christian Fountain. The woman is always right, even when she's wrong. That's what I learned about marriage so far. And most of the time, it's not worth arguing with your wife because she's going to win anyway. So you just waste energy trying to stop her from winning, and eventually she's going to win anyway. Like you can literally argue with your wife for 2 weeks straight, and after 2 weeks of all that wasted energy, she'll still win and get what she wants. So what I've learned is conserve your energy, conserve your strength. Don't argue with the woman because the woman's going to win. mostly because they got that Trump card. And, you know, that's just the way it is. But I will say that most of the time my wife is right. And my wife always makes the best decisions for our family. She always has the best interests of our family in mind. So if we have a disagreement about something, whether it's to purchase something or, you know, whatever, she's always thinking about what's in the best interest of our family. So I can't blame her for being stubborn and wanting what she wants, because usually what she wants is what is in the best interest of our family. That's your wife, Stephen. Mine isn't that smart, for real. They are all different. Oh, okay. Woo. Hey, ladies, he said it, not me. Don't send me hate mail. He said that's your wife, Stephen. Mine isn't that smart, for real. They are all different. Wally's World says, married 32 years. I learned that one a long time ago. Yeah, it's right. Don't argue with the woman. Oh, I'm going to call the PC police on Stephen. How dare you? Sexist pig. Sarcasm. Yeah, no, I try to never be sexist. I try to be, I try to be nice to all women. I don't like creepy dudes. Would have better luck moving a mountain than winning against a woman. That's correct, Brandy. That's why when I got married, somebody older than me, I think it was like an older uncle of mine, he said, listen, I'm going to give you some advice. If you're going to argue with your wife, you really got to pick your battles. So every time my wife and I had a disagreement, I was like, is this one of the battles that I should pick? And most of the time the answer was probably not. Yeah. You know, marriage is an institution, but so is an insane asylum or a prison. Always remember that. Yeah, but let me be clear. I would never, ever want to not be married to my wife. Like, I have single friends that are miserable. I have friends that have been divorced 3 times already. Like, that is just terrible, right? Are UFOs just there to fool us with religion and really don't care? Yeah, maybe that's the answer to the whole mystery. Has AI already have us hijacked human communication, new algorithms? Could be. You never know. And AI is coming. Pretty soon, you're going to be reading a blog on the internet, and you're not going to know or be told that that was written by an AI, not a human. You'll be purchasing artwork to hang in your home, and you're not going to be told or even realize or know that that artwork was created by an AI. You're going to be watching a music video soon on this channel that was created by an AI, but I'm going to tell you that it was created by an AI. And by the way, I want to thank Sheila Aliens for that. Yeah, we're going to have a music video here on my channel that was created by an AI. Now, I did some additional work to it and helped it along a little bit, but the gist of it, 80% of the video, 90% of the music video, minus the music, all came from an AI. It's amazing. It's very, very interesting. Yes, it's already happening. The AIs are coming for us, right? Billy Hicks says, women don't like to admit it, but they are innately more allergic to accountability than men. We live in a dualistic reality, and feminine and masculine are connected but far apart as well. I got to think about this for a minute. I think that you're right. I think that men are forced to apologize an awful lot more than women. Don't you think so, Billy Hicks? I think men are forced to apologize for things more than women. And I'm trying to think throughout our marriage. Yeah, I don't know. My wife apologizes sometimes when we have a disagreement, even if sometimes you have to apologize even if you're not wrong, right? You just apologize. Like, I'm sorry that we're disagreeing here. That's helpful in a marriage. Just apologize, right? I did learn, Billy, the concept of a real apology from my wife, because before my wife, I would often say things like, I'm sorry, but, and then give some excuses for why, that's not really an apology. I learned that from my wife. You can never say I'm sorry, but to a woman too. Not if you want to not get murdered. If you apologize, you just say, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I apologize. That's it. You can't say, I'm sorry, but you made me angry. I'm sorry, you pissed me off. I'm sorry, but I'm stressed out and you're making it worse. You can't do the I'm sorry, but. A woman will not let you, right? They will expect better than that from you. But I think she's right. We've been here so long, my monitors are shutting off over there, so we'll change up views here. The truth is, it takes a woman to keep a man in line. Behind every good man is a good woman. That I'll agree with you on. That I will agree with you on. And I've been with the same woman for a long time, so 20, almost 25 years, same woman. Yeah. And Billy Hicks says, yeah, that's why they're always right. At least they want to be. Yeah, maybe you're right? Maybe you're right. That's why they're always right. Women can multitask better than men, so we need women. Well, I would be a mess without my wife. She does so much stuff. She works full time. She cleans the house. She does all the laundry. She feeds the kids constantly, takes them in the morning for the bus. She makes their lunches or makes sure she does the food shopping. She writes out and pays the bills, everything. She's amazing. I don't know how she does it all, but I'm glad she does because I'm a mess. But we each have our strengths and things we're good at and things we're not good at. And it's very interesting. A lot of things that I'm good at, my wife is not good at, and vice versa. So we fill each other's holes. That sounded dirty. We do fill each other's holes, though. Some of the inadequacies that I have are not inadequacies because I have her as a partner to do those things, and vice versa. Some of the things she's not good at, it's not a problem because I'm good at those things and do those things, right? Amy Collins, I'm sorry, but that will bring out the fine, which means the issue will be revisited later. Yeah, anytime. That's another thing. Oh, I got blurry like Bigfoot. That's another thing I've learned about marriage. Whenever a woman says fine, it's not fine. It is not. If a woman says fine, it is not fine. Don't be fooled, right? Or when she says, Amy Collins, when a woman says, do whatever you want to do. Do not. If a woman says, do whatever you want to do not do whatever you want to do. If you want to not be murdered in your sleep, you better do what she wants you to do when she says, do whatever you want. Billy Hicks says, we're speaking in terms of generalities. So like stereotypes, they exist because they are rooted in truths, but they are never entirely true and are always exceptions to the rule. Yeah, I suppose that you're right. There are no hard and fast rules to life or marriage. And I suppose every woman is different, Like I've had girlfriends, Billy Hicks, that were very, very timid and sort of submissive, if that makes sense. And my wife is very, she's very outspoken and I don't want to say dominant, but she's not timid and she's not shy about communicating. This is what I want and this is what we're going to do or whatever. She's yeah. I mean, she's a little bit more of a dominant personality, but you get used to it, right? And yeah, it is what it is, though. All right. Well, we've been here for quite a while. I'll take a few more comments, and then I'm going to bounce on out of here. Didn't plan on going this long. Sounds like she could use some help, Stephen. Yeah, don't suggest that. Never tell a woman she needs a psychiatrist. The worst thing you could do is get the evil eye. You're in trouble. Well, I have a paralyzed eye, so I could literally give her the evil eye. Right? Facts, Amy. Our brains work differently. That's definitely true. Man and woman's brains work differently. Doesn't necessarily mean AI is coming after us. It's just a new paradigm for humanity to ponder and steer correctly, right? So we getting licked by an asteroid or what? I missed it. Not in the very near-term future, but probably soon, as early as 2029. And Pragmagic, I was surprised to hear from Ron, who's kind of an expert on these matters, that we don't have anything to deflect or do anything. If there's going to be a collision, there's going to be a collision. We don't have like missiles ready to deal with it, or like missile command or anything like that. If there's going to be a collision, we're just in trouble. We're just in trouble, right? That side eye is deadly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't like conflict though. Like I like to. Yeah, that's another way men and women are different. Like my wife's just fine with being angry at me for long periods of time and not talking to me or whatever because she's pissed. And I don't like that. I'm like, let's talk about this. Let's, I want to resolve it and move on. And she doesn't. She's just leave me alone. But I've learned over time, just leave her alone. Let her be. She's going to be pissed off a couple of days. Yeah. I hope she doesn't watch this. She'll get pissed off. She doesn't like me talking about us or her, right? Yeah. Bob Marley says, that's why I get joint custody, because everyone needs a break from the kids. I wouldn't have it any other way. Dads and moms have their own way. They should have the best of both worlds. Yeah, good for you. A spouse who does accounting, that would be a blessing, because I despise accounting. My wife is an accountant, so she does all that stuff, and I love her for it because I'm terrible at that stuff. Do you know, Amy Collins, I once, right when I first met my wife, I had this house that I was renting, and I had money in the bank. I just was so lazy. That was back in the day when there wasn't online bill pay, and you had to like write a check and put it in an envelope and go to the post office or whatever. My electric got shut off because I didn't pay the bill for like 4 months in a row. I was like 4 months behind on paying my bills, and I had the money in the bank account. I just wouldn't stop what I was doing, write the checks, go get stamps and all that. So they shut off my electric. My wife handles all that stuff now, and we've never had anything shut off ever. So she must be doing it right. I guess all those bills are up to date, which is a very, very good thing. All right, so we are going to bounce on out of here. That's all I got for you, friends. But we will be back. We will be back tomorrow night, I believe at 9 p.m. If I'm staying home from the cabin, we will be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Now, should the weather take a turn for the better and I decide to go, there may not be a show tomorrow. But you can follow me on Twitter at Stephen Canby, and I always announce the shows before we get to the show. So, sometime tomorrow around dinner time, I will tweet the show, or whether there will be one at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Also, be sure to be here this weekend, because we're going to be doing whether I go to the cabin or not, we're going to be doing a Twitch-only live stream show that will be uncensored and open panel, which means you can not just listen to the show, not just watch the show. This Saturday night, you can be a part of the show. You're all welcome to come here and be guests on Truth Seekers this Saturday night. And again, times to be announced. So we want to thank all you kind and generous benefactors. We want to thank you kind and generous Patreon members and channel members. We want to thank you super chatters, you PayPal donators, you super sticker purchasers, and you super thanks people as well. We appreciate all your kindness, generosity, and support. We want to thank our chat room moderators. We want to thank our guest tonight, Ron from Cosmic Neighbors. Just go to the YouTube search bar, put Cosmic Neighbors there. If you like space and NASA and all that stuff, Ron's a space cadet. You'll love his channel. Go over there and subscribe to his channel. We also want to thank Spooky for the wonderful graphics as usual. We will be back tomorrow sometime. That's all I know. All right. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Truthseekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Cambion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.